Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 26th, 2023 special board workshop. I'm calling this meeting to order at 4:31 p.m. Wendy, do we have any comments on closed session items from the public?
We do not. We have no questions.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we will recess to closed session. We will reconvene at 5 o'clock for our special board workshop on special education. Thank you. We'll be back. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 26, 2023 Wise River Unified School District Special Board Workshop, not boardwalk, sorry about that, on special education. At this time, Wendy, would you please take roll call?
Mr. Benuelos,
Present.
Dr. Goldman,
I'm present.
Ms. Cappy, present, Mr. Martinez,
Present.
and Ms. Knet is absent.
Dr. Harnack, would you please lead us in?
Hand on your heart. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have no items to report from closed session. No actions taken. And do I have a motion to adopt the agenda this evening for the board workshop? Thank you. Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. And Glenn, I will turn it over to you now. Introduction.
Yeah, I think we would do item 5.1 from the post.
Yeah, I can see that. Hold on a second, have it a little bit from here. All right. Do we have, if we do have two comments from the public, correct? All right. Is Kathleen Espana? Come on. Welcome. Yes, please. And just a reminder for the public, bylaws are limited to 3 minutes, and the board cannot respond or comment.
Sure.
So,
Thank you so
welcome.
much. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the board members for taking this time to listen to our concerns. My name is Kathleen Espana. I'm a second grade teacher at Holly Glen School. Been there for 22 years now. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. The following are some concerns that some of the teachers at Holly Glen have, and I'm just going to read the bullet points that we've been putting together. So there are many teachers who have concerns about lack of communication between the SPED department and general ed department. There have been no subs for the special education substitute that we have had in place. Even when it has been known that the substitute would not be on campus, there has not been coverage enough for that position. There has been no communication regarding the new position. We know that there is a person, we've heard through whispers and such, there is a person that's supposed to be approved by the board soon. We understand that no announcement could be made until that person is approved by the board. But we feel as a professional courtesy that we needed to have some communication about that because there's been a lot of difficulties in adjusting to this year's learning model that has just been a painful process for some of the teachers who have been more directly impacted by the change in the model. There was a family meet and greet yesterday for the SPED students and the faculty yesterday. Teachers were not notified, even teachers who have students currently in the special ed department were not notified about it. So we are concerned about why we were not notified about that. We are concerned about whether or not we are in compliance with how the minutes students with IEPs are receiving their minutes and support. We also have questions about what the Learning Center model is supposed to look like at Holly Glen School. We understand that there is an SBC class at Aviation Elementary, but none at Holly Glen. So we want to understand how that is equitable. So those are the comments that I had collected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elise Klein, is that
Mhm.
correct?
It is correct.
Welcome.
Thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Elise Klein. I've been a second grade teacher at Holly Glen Elementary School for 22 years as well. Kathleen and I came in the same year. I do have some questions regarding or concerns regarding our new healthcare with the change from Fidelity to Aflac. There has been a lot of discrepancies with the Aflac change. I can speak for myself. I've never received a Aflac card until yesterday. It was brought to our school with my name and someone else's address. And I believe this is a retired teacher that no longer works at our district. And she never signed up for Aflac, so I'm not quite sure how her address came into the Aflac portal or whatever, but I don't even know if this is my correct information. So it's just really frustrating, and I know other teachers at our school have received like wrong addresses, wrong phone numbers, wrong names, people on their accounts that wasn't even their relatives. So I'm just really concerned of the change, and I thought that there was going to be a quick fix. And it just seems that I don't have a lot of faith in the Aflac company that we have our insurance with. So that's my concern of lack of communication between the two companies. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
There may be some that walks in late, just.
Yeah, absolutely. And online as well.
Yes.
Anybody have any other comments?
Matt raises his hand.
No further comments? Okay, thank you. Well, this leads to the next portion.
Now we're gonna start.
What's that?
Now I should.
Yes, now for, please do the honors and the introductions.
Okay, the board had asked probably a couple of times, and it was particularly, Mr. Bungalows asked that we come to the board and share an update. So what we thought is we would set a general foundation of knowledge, I guess, related to special education from a programming perspective. Kind of what goes into students that are either deemed eligible, request assessment, et cetera, some of the programs that we offer for students, as well as a financial look and numbers look at our special education program comprehensively. Now, I think what we'll do is we'll judge by questions, sort of how to build this presentation over time so we can bring back maybe more targeted information, or information that you may have that we're not able to address today, just because it's comprehensive. It's a big program. We want to make sure that we get what you want. So we'll start with that. That's okay. Want to thank Peggy for her time and energy putting this together. Kim is with her. So Kim, thank you as well for all your help and support through this, and Jason, of course, on the financial side. So without further ado, I think I will. You're up first. Peggy.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Welcome, Peggy.
Point it over to. Yes, good evening, President Martinez and members of the board. I'm excited is the word. Pleased tonight to share with you a status update, as Dr. Silver said, about the current status of the special education department from a program perspective and a fiscal perspective. And of course, Dr. Hasty and I worked on this together. Oh, it worked. Do I just click it and then you push the button? Is that over? Okay. I'm joking. So the objectives of this presentation are to provide an understanding of the origins of special education, understand key components of IDEA, view local and statewide special education student data, learn about the programs and services provided to Wiseburn, and review Wiseburn School District special education historical financial trends. So special education has its foundation in the civil rights movement. The equal education movement that came out of that focuses on the right for everyone to have free public education, regardless of who they are. At the time it was, of course, race, origin, sex, creed, color. And I would like to emphasize at this time that I'm very passionate about this topic, but that we remember that students with disabilities are a protected class, and much like people of color, and that everyone needs to be very cautious with language we use regarding them. Some students in special education present with significant challenges and require a lot of resources. Yes, they do. But remember that it's a mandate, and also we do have this very specialized class of student population that we need to serve and be mindful of discriminatory statements that might be made about them. Background of special education legislation. Of course, Brown versus the Board of Education was a big Supreme Court case that ruled that separate but equal was unconstitutional. And of course, that also, was part of the civil rights movement. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which came about in 1965, emphasized high standards and accountability for students, for everyone to access public education, and it came out of Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act in 1973 was the first disability civil rights law that was enacted, and it prohibits the discrimination of anyone with a disability in a program that receives federal funding. The biggie, PL 94-142 from 1975 was the first special education specific law, and the intent of that is to ensure the rights of students with disabilities in public education and to provide funding for those resources for those states, the mandates that came out of that act. In 1990, the law was reauthorized and renamed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, which we refer to that all the time. The law has subsequently been reauthorized in 1997 and in 2004. Yes, 2004. And it has shifted over time, with the original intent of the law being access to education to now being more meaningful benefit resulting from that education. Okay, key components of IDEA are appropriate evaluation, the Individualized Education Program, or IEP, parent participation, procedural safeguards, free and appropriate public education, or FAPE, and least restrictive environment, or LRE. We like our acronyms in special education.
All education.
We have more special ones. The appropriate evaluation component requires that students conduct an appropriate evaluation of all students suspected of having a disability, so assessing in all areas of suspected disability. The evaluations must determine and make recommendations regarding the student's eligibility for special ed services, and we have timelines surrounding the eligibility, the evaluation and assessment process. At the end of the evaluation, an IEP meeting must be held to review the results of those evaluations.
What are the evaluation, or better say that, at Wiseburn, when do we commence the evaluations? Is that at the time of application in TK, or what if the student's already in the school and something happens or something's identified? Like just in general, when do we do those things?
So more like the last thing you said, the student's in school and there's some concern made by the teacher, or a teacher usually refers, or a parent can refer as well for special education, and it's at any time in the school year. It's not necessarily upon enrollment. They can be with us a few years before we determine that there might be some concern that requires an evaluation.
so once the child, the student is here, there's an observation or some sort of, I don't wanna say trigger, but like an observance, something that's
Well, our
observed.
teachers, work with our kids and then they are experts at knowing, appropriate developmental and instructional, how students are responding to their instruction. And they usually see, something's off here, something's not quite tracking for this child. And then they make a referral. Typically it starts with the student study team. And then we try some interventions and that might work. And then other times it might not. And then we proceed to an assessment. Sometimes parents come in and they make a request. And we are obligated to address that request and meet with them. And sometimes we discuss the assessment and they change their mind. Sometimes they say, yes, I would like that. And then we move forward.
I just want to go back to the laws that apply here. Obviously, like a lawyer did employment discrimination. So I didn't see on there the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Amendments Act. And so I just want to point out that Section 504, we hear that a lot in the students with needs and in the classrooms and things like that. And that comes from the Americans with Disabilities Act. Can you just tell just the little bit about the difference between an IEP and the Section 504, like, because IDEA and the IEPs, that's one thing, and then there's the Section 504. I think it's just important as a foundational piece that we understand those differences, because we're still providing services in some ways.
Correct. So as students who are eligible to receive a Section 504 plan typically have some kind of a medical diagnosis or psychological diagnosis, and they can come in, or they can be perceived as having a need. They may require, it does have an assessment process very similar to the IDEA one, but it's not quite as extensive. And then the students can receive a 504 plan, which is typically accommodations in the general ed environment. So if a child has a medical disability, it might be specialized accommodations for them to access specific restroom at a certain time of day or frequent breaks, things like that. We're getting, in schools now, we're more apt to allow children to have water and to take a break and to use the restroom and just get a sign. So, but sometimes we need to memorialize those in a document like the 504 plan. That's also reviewed annually. And whenever the student's environment changes, like going to a new school in our district. Did I do that? Did I hit something else?
You're not gonna hit the cord.
And then an IEP, of course, is a lot more extensive and really is about, so the 504 is about having the child access the educational environment and it's access to something, whereas the IEP is providing the student with services to remediate any needs that they might have resulting from their disability, and also provide accommodations and modifications and any other services they might need in order to benefit from their special education program. So it's a much more extensive assessment, and the document itself is much more extensive as well. Did I miss anything?
No. I was testing it.
It's okay,
It's
no.
not there. I just wanted to make sure that folks understood that there was this other thing.
We had it, and then after we submitted to the board, I thought, oh, God, the mediate, so I'm glad you brought that up. Okay. So point of view. Yeah, I'm on the slide, thank you. So this is just a visual of the assessment process, starting with the referral to special education. And as we discussed, it can be made by, pardon me, I'm going to stop using my hands. Anyone, teacher, parent. And the first step is an evaluation. Now this process is, there are timelines that structure this process. So we have 60 days once we get parent consent to conduct the evaluation. And so during that time, the team does all kinds of different formal assessments, informal assessments, observations, and determines if the child is eligible for special education through that process and any kind of other services they may be eligible for as well. Then the IEP is held, and at that time, it's determined whether or not the student meets eligibility. And if they do not meet eligibility, the IEP is written and it's documented that the child didn't meet eligibility, and then that's the end of the process. If the student does meet eligibility, the IEP team creates an IEP, and I'll go over that more in another slide. Placement is discussed, along with services and supports that might be needed, accommodations and things like that.
And then there's a year cycle for that to be implemented, and the instruction is delivered, and an annual review is held within a year. And that's done 2 more times until the 3rd year, at which point there's a triennial evaluation, a plan review, eligibility evaluation, to determine if the student still continues to be eligible for special education. Next, please.
To that point, so each
Yes.
student would get an evaluation, this is 3 years with the initial evaluation before it's determined if that's needed to continue.
Correct. So yes, you're initially evaluated, you have 3 years with it, an IEP every 3 years, and then at the 3rd year, there's another assessment conducted to determine and get a whole new kind of like needs assessment of the student, especially when they're little, their needs change so much.
And can you speak a little bit to that evaluation, who conducts that evaluation?
It's conducted by a multidisciplinary team led by a school psychologist who does the cognitive assessments, social emotional assessments, any kinds of things that are needed, adaptive skills. A teacher, special education teacher also contributes through an academic assessment. Then if there are any other areas that are suspected to be of concern, like speech and language, or occupational therapy, fine motor, physical therapy, I'll show you that also later, the services and later portion of the program slides. It's a question, it's a team, yeah.
Sorry, if a student is determined not to be eligible for an IEP, do you consider 504 at that point, or what point would you know what I mean? Like, because we know that it depends on the,
It depends on the cases, depends on the case. If there's an outside medical diagnosis and there are some concerns that might need, the student would need some just access to accommodations, then a 504 could be done. Mostly, 9 times out of 10, it just is the end of that cycle. There's no need for a 504 plan, but yes, it just really depends.
Okay, if a student comes to Weisburn, having been at a different school district and they already have an IEP, is that IEP inherited by Weisburn automatically?
Yes, it is.
So Weisburn would not be able to do its own evaluation
Yes,
criteria?
We're required to assess the student again to determine the needs of the student.
So it's,
We accept.
so it is inherited, but
We inherit, we have to implement it for 30 days. And then we have a 30-day review.
It's good, it's a good thing because of the transition. It's a known issue, right? It's a school district panel has determined there's a need.
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to get at in terms of making sure that we do service all of our students. Like, how do we handle that transition over? So
Yes.
when the student comes, there's like a pre-meeting
They come in,
with that parents have the IEP.
they hopefully bring it to us, to bring it to our attention, and usually either Kim or I review it really, and then we look at the IEP to see what the needs of the students are based on the services. And then we implement the services and we do a 30-day review to see if we need to make any changes after we've gotten to know the student. If sometimes we do significant changes and sometimes we just keep going with what we have inherited. So it depends. And they are, it's a federal mandate, so the document transfers state to state. So we have students that have moved in from other states,
Oh, okay.
and we are required to continue to implement that IEP and the same with, we send them to other states too.
So just along those lines, I understand from state to state, like so if there's an IEP with, whether it's from us and a student is transferring to another district or vice versa, an incoming, does that responsibility lie with the district to inform the other district about the IEP, or is it with a parent?
When we request records, we ask for everything, and that district should send us everything, including the special education records. Typically, they would alert their student services, whoever that is, their department for special education, and they would forward those records to. Interestingly, the way that we now operate with CalPADS and having special education students and our systems aligning, back in the dawn of time, we would sometimes receive students and not receive their paperwork, and parents wouldn't have it, or they just didn't maybe want the student to get services, so they didn't provide the IEP to us. And we would go on months without, we would typically, as I said, teachers know, and they can tell there's something, they're still learning the situation here with this child. So then we have to go digging. Well, now we can find out right away if a child has an IEP, even if we don't find out from the parent, because the system in CalPADS notices there's an error and it calls it out to us. So we have found that some students, parents have forgotten. I had this family that moved out of the country and came back, and the parent had forgotten the student had an IEP and it got flagged in the system. So we have ways of finding out now. Okay. Repeat. As I said, this is a written document. It's developed by a full team using the existing evaluation from the assessment, and it is designed to address students' unique educational needs. That's like a catchphrase, an important phrase. IEPs include many, many things, but a few of the salient things or important things are present levels of educational performance, annual goals, services, and supplementary aids that the student might need, and as appropriate, a detailed explanation of why a student is not participating in the general ed classroom. Another key component of IDEA is parent participation, and IDEA explicitly establishes that the parent is an equal decision maker at the IEP participant, and that we as IEP teams have to ensure meaningful parent participation, requesting their feedback, requesting their input, ensuring that we're considering it. Another piece kind of related to parent participation, and of course, another key component of IDEA are the procedural safeguards. These were established to protect and enforce parent and student rights, protecting them under that law. And a few key points from the procedural safeguards are quite extensive, but a few key points are no changes can be made to the program or the IEP without an IEP meeting. Assessments can only be conducted with signed parent consent. So even if after we've done an evaluation, you'd like to do some other additional assessment, we'd have to get that consent from the parent. Parents may call an IEP meeting at any time throughout that annual year cycle. And there are protections for student discipline, meaning that if a student has a suspendable offense, depending on the severity of it, the IEP team needs to consider, especially if the child's up for expulsion, whether that discipline action was a result of their disability. And then there are measures that we take. It's quite an extensive process.
That's one of the, I think, big differences between the 504 and an IEP, right? Is that a student with an IEP might not receive the same procedural safeguard against.
There actually are similar procedural safeguards with 504 as well. Yeah, and disciplinary ones too. And again, it also additionally provides a means for dispute resolution. So you've heard the term due process, and so there are means for informal and formal measures to resolve conflicts.
I'm not gonna rush you, but I'm just gonna say it's 5:35 and there's like 30 slides left. So I just wanna, like, can we, and I know, I'm
I'm
joking.
trying to see what slide.
But I'm just saying if we can just kind of push through some of them.
FAPE is another key component of IDEA, and that is also based on students' unique individual needs. Again, when a conflict arises in special education between parents and the district, it's typically over what they consider, what everyone agrees is a free and appropriate public education. Okay. Next, least restrictive environment, LRE. The tenet here is that all students are general education students first, that their placement in the general education classroom is really the priority, and to the maximum extent appropriate, that the children with disabilities are educated with their non-disabled peers who do not have disabilities. I guess that's kind of a redundant phrase. IEP teams need to explore the means that can enable that student to participate in general education settings. There needs to be a look at classroom accommodations, modifications, supplemental aids and services, different curriculum. I know you've seen this slide before. I'll go quickly. We've given everyone an accommodation in the first slide, but it's still kind of not needed. It's equity, but that doesn't always mean it's equitable for everyone, right? So in the second slide, we've done an additional accommodation, which is helpful for the person who needed the 2 boxes, but the best solution is to make it accessible for everyone and not to have any barriers. Okay, the least restrictive continuum. So as I said, the first placement consideration needs to be that general ed classroom. And then we look at the different ways we can keep that student in the general ed classroom with the different levels of support. And then there are times when we might need to pull the student out during the school day for portions of their day for maybe reading instruction, math instruction. Maybe the student can't really function very well in that general education classroom, so therefore they might need a completely separate classroom. We also have separate schools, goes up to residential schools, and sometimes home health or hospital. Okay, did you have a question? Okay. This is a flow chart that is kind of the process that teams need to look at when they're looking at VIP team rather, when they're looking at placement. So we've identified the needs, looked at the goals. For each goal, we've identified services and supports, and where would we address those goals? If the answer is general education classroom with some other special accommodations and modifications, then that's the place. And we move along the continuum of alternative placements if we get the no's until we get a yes. Okay, I'm bringing this to your attention. This is because I know that I've come to you with requests for board approval for independent educational evaluations. So this is also in the law, but this is when a parent disagrees with the results of the district's assessment. They do have a right to obtain and to request and obtain an IED at public expense. To follow the SELPA policy and procedure, which the SELPA procedure includes the required certification has to meet the standards that the same as what our employees have. We need to have credentialing or the qualifications to do the assessment in the area that they're going to do the assessment in. There also are cost containment measures in the SELPA policy and procedure for each type of evaluation. Parents are only permitted to get one IE per assessment each time the student's assessed, and the district either has to grant the request or deny it. And if we deny it, we need to file for due process. Okay. Okay, these
Sorry,
are.
can you just say one more
Yes.
thing about what you mean by only one IEE per assessment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just like, does that mean that like if you disagree with like, anyway, just can you?
You want me to clarify?
Yes.
If the parent disagrees with let's say we've done a psychoeducational assessment, we've done a speech and language assessment, we've done an OT assessment, and the parent disagrees with that speech and language assessment, they can get an IE for that. Or they might agree with all three of them and they can get one assessment in each of those areas, only one time though.
So it's a second assessment by a third party.
Correct.
So if they disagree with, say, 3 of those, they can only request.
They get one per each area.
They can do each.
So they can do all
Three, they can get all three,
Okay.
That's
but only one time per assessment cycle. So they can't like get the second one and say, oh, I don't like this one either, I want a third one.
And an assessment cycle is the annual?
The third of the triennial, every 3
Oh, I
years.
understand. Got it.
I don't expect an answer at this time because it's probably not a question you could answer at this moment, but it'd be interesting to know what percentage in the population of assessments are requested, or leading to the request of an IEE, and where we are on that continuum in terms of average.
Okay. Okay. So here we have the 13 eligibility categories for students between the ages of 0 and 22. I'll just let you take a peek at that. We can go to the next slide. I know I need to hurry. Making me nervous, Dr. Silvers.
You're doing great.
Great. Okay, so this slide, I love this slide. I love visuals. So this is data from DataQuest from 2018 and 19. And this shows you the state of California. The x-axis is the grade level along the bottom. The y-axis is the total population, total disability count in California during this time period. And this disabilities, of course, are on the right-hand side. As you can see, when the children are young, typically they come in and speech and language impairment is the primary disability of children that are younger. You can also see that autism is kind of a big chunk too. And that doesn't really change over time. Speech and language does change over time. You know, kids can get remediated for certain areas in speech and end up not needing an IEP anymore. But what you will see is that around the 3rd grade, when curriculum starts to change and you're reading to learn instead of learning to read, things get more complicated for some of our learners. And then many either go in from being speech and language impairment to having a specific learning disability, or they're made eligible as having a specific learning disability. Weisburn student disability counts. This is our count as of the day I did this presentation, and they do change daily. So we have currently 370 students in the district. We have highlighted the disabilities that are the ones that are the most predominant. And these are kids with their primary disabilities. Some kids can have multiple disabilities. So you can have like autism and speech and language, specific learning disability and speech and language. So you can have combinations, but these are just primary disabilities. And you can see we are an elementary district, so we can see that predominantly we are largely speech and language impairment. That's our big one, followed by autism, specific learning disability, and other health impaired, which really is comprised of kids that have ADHD.
Would these be further delineated by tier 1, 2, 3? Or in terms of degree of severity?
No, the severity, there's a range within each disability of severity. So there's each disability has its own range from, kids who get speech services maybe once a week for articulation, others who have more intensive needs. Same with speech, specific learning disability and autism.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
These are the disability counts by grade in the district right now. Again, the numbers on the right side are the totals, and you saw those on the prior slide. The bottom row is, of course, by grade, and you can see that the largest chunk of kids with disabilities is in grades, first grade through fifth. Okay, this is an illustration of special ed enrollment as a percentage of total student enrollment in California. And in that legend, it shows you the percentages for the regions and the percentage of the special education population versus the general student population. So the LA area has the 13% to 15.2% range, and actually Weisburn falls right in there, but we're on the higher end at 14.6%. So, kind of right there with everybody else, but some, I have to say, it's not us. The counties have more. I don't know why that is. Services provided to our students. These are the main services I pulled off the system that our students are currently receiving. Specialized academic instruction is the instruction delivered by a special education teacher. The other services are related services, and you can see what those are. Thank you, Wendy. The programs that we offer are on this slide as well. Early Start program is a regional program. We do have some infants that go to that program for varying disabilities. We also, as you know, have our preschool program for 3 to 4-year-olds really, the inclusion program. TK to 8th grade, we have a variety of different programs we offer, or the way the services look, either push in or pull out, or in a self-contained setting. We have the SLC. We also serve students in non-public school. We have a regional program for intensive health needs, and we have the adult transition program. Okay, this is a slide on the numbers of the local districts, and okay, well, nevertheless, of course, Weisburn's at the bottom because of the alphabet, and you can see that this data is from the census count in October of each of these years. So fall 2020, fall 21, and then fall 22. And you can see that Weisburn has increased by about 10% in its student population in special education from 2020 to 2022. And we don't yet, of course, we just had our census data, so we don't have that data yet. The other districts that kind of are similar, El Segundo is also very similar to us, and as is Palos Verdes.
Do we anticipate that in 23, it was higher than in 22?
If I had to make a guess, I'd say yes. But the numbers are ever moving target constantly, so I just don't know until the end of the year. It feels like it right now with a lot of assessments we're doing, so.
Okay, when you look, just from our conversation, just want to clarify, because you're seeing from 2021 to 2022, about a 30 student increase.
Yes.
I did the math right. Are you expecting a similar, would you expect such a large, I felt that's sort of an anomaly.
That's like a.
That's a hard question, okay, I'm sorry.
Does that have anything possibly to do with COVID and not being in school?
I don't know the reasons, honestly.
All
I just, it's who enrolls in our district, right?
To the number count, you said something interesting earlier, and I was processing, and I probably should have asked this one, was just a slide or two back. You said more of our kids are designated special needs K through 5 than middle school. Why?
A lot of times, they can exit out of special education. That could be I don't know why, really. I think I have to do some more digging. Special education population has just increased.
Well, just doing the math on that and during budgeting on that, if in fact that trend continues and those students in middle school, if it's not they're dropping out of designation, then we're going to allot more funds and more resources needed
To the middle.
for more students because they're aging. And
Correct.
so that does not bode well for our budget.
We do have cycles of things going up and down throughout time. Yeah, no, you are correct, and I have more information to
There's
share.
much more to this than budget, but that's just what struck
Correct.
me there too.
Well, in the next couple slides, you'll see some interesting information.
So thank you just real quick on that slide. Am I reading that right? If I look at all those districts, if I take 2020 to 2022, with the exception of Palos Verdes and Wiseburg, most of those districts are seeing a decrease. in
Yes.
Special ed, except Palos Verdes.
Declining
And they also be seeing declining enrollment.
Right. Yeah, and also.
That's a huge increase like we did.
Yeah, they did see a huge increase like us. It's very interesting.
Is that increase simply explained by the ones who went down just had low ADA, lower enrollment? That can just be as simple as that.
Unfortunately.
Thank you.
So, instructional assistance. This is evolving, this speaks to the evolving needs in our district, and this is the part I want to emphasize, that we have also not only had an increase in numbers, but we've had an increase in the needs in our student population that require more intensive services. I know the teachers could speak to that as well. So if you look at right before the pandemic, we had employed 3 agencies to cover students that had intensive behavior needs. These are very specialized, very highly trained people to provide support to students with significant needs. That increased, look at that number in 21, 22. So it's not a slam against anybody, this is just data. So I just needed to show you that, you know, and we work with our kids and our goal is always that they are independent. We always want to fade off this level of support. And so we're in the process of that with many of our students, but the numbers have increased significantly.
The behavioral aides are consultants or contracts or
Contracted.
or staff?
They're contracted.
Contract, okay. And so the staffing agency, that's also external.
So the staffing agency we hired, that's a kind of a separate issue. That was to fill vacancies that we had that we couldn't fill. Remember when we came back from the pandemic, we could not fill vacancies. And so we had to employ, that's Soliant. That was that agency that I would bring to board. We had 11 of those at the beginning of that school year. And we were able to fade that down because luckily people decided they wanted to go back to work and we've been able to hire people. So now we're down to just about 5 agency aides right now because we've been bringing a lot of them.
So the aides are cumulative there, so we had 23 that year in 21, 22. So like, I'm
Yes.
just trying to understand so the first column, the MPA, that's really more external, but like part-time?
They're full-time aides for the students, and they spend the school day with them to help them get through the school day with their behavior and instruction and accessing instruction and improving their ability to function without maladaptive behavior in the school setting.
So that's essentially.
It's a one-to-one aid.
1-to-1, so like 13 new teachers in front of right here, for lack of that.
Except that they're like a classified employee. Yeah, but it kind of, and then Dr. Hasty and I are talking about a plan for the future with this, just more.
If I understand, I don't wanna miss this area. So I was under the impression that 23, 24, the total was 13. Am I reading that correctly?
Total non-public agency aides is 13, that's correct.
It's not cumulative, I heard cumulative.
Cumulative,
No,
I think you said across.
I was trying to go across, like 12 plus 11.
So of the 12, we had to go outside for 11 in 2021, 22. No.
Okay.
no, they're completely separate.
It is,
So we
okay,
should have
that's
focused all on
what I
this.
thought initially too, then I got confused by the question.
This information is gonna be helpful when Dr. Hasty speaks to his part about the budget, because the budget, obviously, you're gonna see that in that year, the budget for special
But then,
education
I guess-
expenses.
Yeah, the issue though is that they're providing 2 different types of services.
Correct, that is correct.
Right, the behavior aides are providing behavioral instructive services. And there's a different cost, and then the instructional
And
aides are
different
providing
Degree of
different,
expertise.
yeah, different services, and they're all outside
Yes,
folks.
that is correct.
Okay.
Okay. My apologies for confounding. Okay, so on to Dr. Hasty, you have 9 minutes.
Thanks, Becky. Appreciate it. Okay, the law protects the children.
Thank you, Brady.
So, you know, you just want to speak to the federal law and the mandates that, so it is in with good intent to protect our children. Average, you'll see 11% though comes from federal funding for all special ed. For us, excellent. Are you doing it? Okay. For us, that federal IDA, we're at 21%. And this is just our total revenues for SPED. You'll see AB 602 is our biggest bucket at 76% of our total funding. And if you go up to the top right, you can see that equates to about $2 million. And then of course, federal IDA, about 561,000, and we have some mental health money. In total, our revenues are 2.6 million. And then if we go to the actual budget, this is really our planned expenditures for 23-24 for special ed. And again, just to give you a quick total, I didn't put the total up there, but we're talking about $7.8 million, all that money. So salary, you'll see there 3.5 million, that makes up 45%. With benefits, that's at 1.1. And then a little bit for materials, but then we have the contracts, which is 2.5. So contracts really make up the second biggest portion of the pie when we're talking about, other than salary benefits.
Jason, I missed that. Previous slide was our revenue.
Yes, exactly.
For 23-24.
Yes, if you want to go back really quick, just so you can kind of get an idea there. You have that 2.6 million in revenues, and then if we go to the next slide.
So 2.6, right? It is 2.7.
Yeah, 2.68. Yeah.
And then our.
And if we go to the next slide, now that total's right there, and I'll have more slides with this total, but that's 7.8 million. That was what our, So we can go to the next slide and then we'll kind of break it down.
Is that a $5 million encroachment basically?
Yeah, around there. So right here is where if we look, and so I took a historical perspective of just from 18-19 all the way to 23-24. And what this is doing is looking at our, the green is that revenues, what we've taken in over the years. And then of course, I took the red, what's been the contribution, so what we've spent above the revenue. So
the contribution, can you just explain that so that just, because there may be people public.
yeah, so any dollar, like anything that goes over our revenues that we have to pull from general fund to pay the difference is that contribution.
So our total for there's no total line here, but our total budget numbers are like for 23-24 is that 7.8 that you were, or 7.5-ish, it looks like, and then, but back in 2018-19, it was about 4.5 million.
Got it, correct.
Right. So the total that we spent in the district,
Yeah, this is very.
it's just that the money is, it's about where the money's coming from.
Yeah, so our revenues,
Distribution as in like an alternate funding source from the state, that is coming from our general.
general fund,
Which
correct.
is,
That's a general fund encroachment really at the end of the
Yes.
day, right? The 4.8.
Yes,
So
correct.
the red,
it's not
The
that.
gap or the total encroachment?
It's the contribution, so just the term that the budget term for it is a contribution, and what that means is it's the general fund, it's the unrestricted side of the general fund, it's our discretionary dollars that gets
So it's Rebecca
contributed.
is suggesting it's green plus red is our expense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your mic
This
is on.
is, so with our revenue, you'll see over 18-19, we had a bit of an increase, and then we get to 2021, and then you'll see where at that point, our contribution went under our total revenue. And so it was just interesting, and again, that's the year of COVID, and then we get to the next point where you'll see our contribution was actually below.
I think we just gave you the wrong.
That was what I was gonna say.
Then it is the gap.
The revenue is green.
The
That's
green
what
is
we- that's what we
revenue.
receive. The red.
Yeah, it is the gap.
is
The
the-
gap is
additional amount we're
between,
spending.
okay, right.
But it's, our total budget is the total cost of these.
No,
Yeah.
Yes, the total cost would be both, I have another slide with the total expenditures, but the total cost would be what you said, Rebecca, is adding it up. But what I'm trying to do here is show the revenues we've received over time and what we had to pay in addition out of our general fund. And so if you see any time, again, so for 2021, it would be 3.9 million would be the total budget that year, 3.9 million. And then as we go into 21-22, we get into that 4.8 million. And then in 22-23, we'd be at like about 7. And then of course, as we said already with 23-24. But the key here is what, yes.
just for the future, if we could have, what are our expenses? What is the revenue and what's the difference? That would be a whole lot simpler.
So if I may, I think, let me know if I'm interpreting this incorrectly. So our revenue is call it 2.7 million, but I'm looking at 23-24 column, call it 2.7 million, is that correct?
Yes.
2.7 million, that's our revenue. Our total budget, which wasn't reflected in that one slide that you just mentioned, was 7.8.
Yes.
The difference that term, that contribution, I think we're misleading to us, and I understand it's the term, but that $4.8 million, that is the gap.
That is the gap. The contribution is the gap.
Yes.
The encroachment.
Yes.
So
Well, it's actually only the part above the green.
exactly, so when we,
Part above the green.
yes,
No,
No, it's not.
No, it
It's
isn't.
not.
It's incorrect,
It's the entire amount.
because that red doesn't
We have
show.
we have a $5 million deficit,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
That's what I want expenses.
yes.
Right. For 22-24, it's a $5 million.
It would be
deficit.
easier if this was a stacked
Yeah.
graph instead of a parallel version.
I have more, hopefully it won't be as confusing, so
Basically,
sorry.
You see 34% of the expenditure.
So, but here, just really the contribution, as you see, and I think you look at the two outliers, our contribution, it used to be double almost of our revenues. And then you'll see it kind of went down, and of course the pandemic hits. And then you see at one point in 21-22, it got below, the revenues. And of course, now we're getting back to, we're in recovery, we're returning, we've returned to school, and now our contribution is getting proportionally back to where it was. But in total, the budget has increased. Next. Okay, so here we got total salary and benefits, the historical trends for salary and benefits. And then we have the cost of contracts. And this is just, these are expenditures year after year. Just to look at that. So you can see over time, we had our salary benefits total in 2021. Again, we saw that dip. And then we saw a slight increase in 21-22. And then of course, now we're seeing an increase in salary benefits. And then going into 23-24. Again, I want to be really clear with 23-24. We're not done yet, so we have to get through that. However, the contracts piece, and you'll see that real change from 2021 to 21-22, we're almost doubled in that year. And again, we had pandemic money. We had staffing shortage. Kids had more needs, and really the more needs you'll see 22-23 when those contracts are increasing as well. And so we've had that steady increase for the last 3 years for sure for those contracts. Makes sense? Okay.
We've done a regression analysis or some kind of projection that shows if in fact these trends continue, we will be at these numbers, and how we put that into our future budgets,
No, not yet, but we can do that.
please.
So here's this is the pandemic, the one-time pandemic funding. And so this can, again, what's causal to some of these, increases in the later years. You'll see for total pandemic funding that we use for special ed expenses, 2021, we were at almost $20,000. And then we got to 21-22, where you'll see that total 419. However, 403 went to contract expenditures that year. And then of course, in the 22-23, we're at 89 total. And then for contracts alone, 45. So again, this is causal to see how we've seen some of these other fluctuations and why that contribution came down during the 21-22 or 20, during that time.
That's not a total of 800 something, right, Jason?
No. I just pulled out the contracts only. What went to contracts only?
So Jason, basically, we're grateful for the pandemic funds, but they don't make a dent.
No, they're and many of them, and they're expiring.
89,000, so we received $89,000 total.
That's what we spent.
That's
That's what we spent of the pandemic funds on special ed.
So how much did we receive?
In that time for 22-23 total, I have the number here. Let's see. I think right now it was around total. We received over, I want to say around 6 million. I got to check the number right now, but yeah, total. But not that one year.
It wasn't also special ed.
Exactly.
That was our COVID ESSER.
Yeah.
It was our ESSER relief fund.
Yeah, no, I'm focusing here.
Right,
yeah.
Special ed.
This is what we were using of those funds for special ed over time.
Were there any of those funds, the COVID funds, designated for the use for special ed? I think that's the question. Or were we just using what we received as COVID funds to make up some of the special ed funding? You see what I'm saying? Like there's
It's awesome.
I think what Roger's asking is, was there a bucket of money that was special ed funding under COVID? It sounds like the answer is no. What we did was use one-time COVID funds to make up some of the
Correct. Yes.
special ed funding. Okay.
Go to the next slide. And then, so here's really putting it all together. The top is our total expenditures over time. I probably should have led with this one so you guys could see the historical total expenditures. And so that shows, again, that trend from 2021 to 21-22, where we did have that increase. And then, of course, we increased expenditures in 22-23. And then again, if you correlate that with the bottom left, for the students that, increased special ed students, we went up from 310 to 341, and as Peggy already reported, and that's, I highlighted that number is not certified, but we're at 370 now. So we're seeing an increase, and that does correlate with those expenditures as well. And then of course on the bottom right, just to look at a per pupil expenditure, when you look at total budget and divide it by the certified number, then you'll see in 21-22 we were at 17,000 per student, and then we're over 21,793 in 22-23. And that number 23-24 again, we're not, the year's not up yet, and that could change as well.
Can I just pause? Mr. Martinez, I think that we may need to make a decision here. Do we want to, how much longer? Because I mean, do we want to continue and just end a little late, start the next meeting late, like where you?
There's 2 slides and
Okay.
fill the final
You can
thoughts.
also-
Yeah. Sure.
That's good.
Yeah, next slide, sorry. So conclusions, I mean, we've had increases in the specialized student population. We've had an increase for the, of intensive needs, students that need that. And then of course, our increase in behavior support aids has also been causal to an increase in expenditures as well. We go to the next slide. And then, of course, next steps, we're going to continue to look at these contracts and figure out how we can reduce the overall expenditures. And one of the strategies is to hire our own widespread employees in place of these NPA or non-public agency contracts. And of course, continue to utilize what one-time funding we have left or we'll have in the future to possibly offset some more costs. And then of course, the final thing would look at how we could have to, if prices or expenditures continue to go up, we're gonna have to look at how we're going to reallocate resources throughout the district to pay for the special ed costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Legal, and thank you guys on the show. One thing I can do, it's very informative. I know we'll have a base two, I guess, if you will. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Adjourn.
Yeah.
Restart again.
Yeah, sure, and get ready to restart here.
Amir, you adjourning today?
Yes.
You're gonna just pause. It's on the same link?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Tonight, we have a full agenda, this evening. We have, I think, 4 special presentations, is that correct? Dr. Silvers?
We have 4 or 5, we have 4 or
Lot of
5.
presentations.
It's 4 and a half.
All right, so we'll make those introductions for you after we put the time.
Sure.
Wendy, would you please take roll call?
Yes. Mr. Ben Wallace,
Present.
Dr. Goldman,
I am here.
Ms. Kathy,
Present.
Mr. Martinez,
Present.
and Ms. Cabezudo. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have, I believe, 2 comments from the public. These are items on. Items not on the agenda. Actually, this one is an agenda item.
This is an agenda item. So Kathy, we have to bring this up at the agenda items itself.
I can't stay too long because I have to work.
You know what, if the board is.
I have no problem.
Okay, so we can do that, and they see this. And then we have another one from Mr. Robert Wong. Okay, so Kathy, we're gonna go ahead and allow you, even though it's on the agenda. A reminder to everyone, for the public bylaws, you have 3 minutes, and the board obviously did not respond.
Right. Thank you for
Well,
accommodating
well,
my work commitment. Thank you. Hello, school board members, staff, and community members. My name is Kathy Orr, and I have a 7th grader at
Weisberg Middle School, and I have two fifth graders at Aviation Elementary, and I've been a Holy Gun resident since the mid-90s, so I've been around now. I know that our district has been working diligently to prioritize projects, and I appreciate all of the regular updates offered at the board meetings by Noemi and staff. I mostly cannot come because of the commitments, but I do watch and listen to them. The proposed timeline for the 135th and Aviation Sports Complex now indicates a completion date in the fall of 2025. By that projected date, regaining the sports fields for the community will be a nearly 20-year endeavor. I urge you to make this a priority and to get it done. The current Weisberg Middle School facility was opened in 2007. The property on which the facility was built was originally sports fields that were utilized by the school and the community. And as I recall, as a community member at the time, the proposal was that the new middle school would be built on sports fields so that the students would not be disrupted during the construction process. And that once the new middle school location opened, the old middle school would be demolished and those sport fields would be replaced on that same land. So that promise was broken as the district found other uses for that building, and that property really didn't end up being demolished until recently in either 2021 or 2022, which is 14 years after the current middle school opened its doors. 14 years struck me because that's 1 year longer than the average time most students are in school from kindergarten to high school graduation. That means an entire generation of students has missed out on the use of those fields. And 14 years means project costs have gone up and things have become more expensive, as we all know. In the meantime, this community has supported bond after bond, but for some reason, this project kept getting pushed to the back burner. The bond money that was promised to be used for this field has been spent elsewhere. And I'm concerned that that's going to happen again with the proposed use of some of the projects for Measure EE money. Please do not delay this project any further. Don't allow other projects to get in the way of the sports complex, especially not the new, relatively new projects like the soccer field and the CTE building. Those are in their relative infancy compared to this project that's nearly 15 to 20 years in the making. So I requested a timeline decision has to be made that those newer projects get moved to the back burner or to the next phase of funding. So it seems we're on the right track now, and I appreciate that there's an agenda item today, and I'm sorry I can't stay for it, but I promise I will listen in later. Please don't let other projects get in the way of this important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Robert Long. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Wong. My wife Annie and I have a daughter, Robin, who's a junior at DV Tech High School, and I have a son. We have a son who's a seventh grader at DV K-8, and we're residents of Weisberg. I'm here to follow up from my request last month, so I'll keep this brief. At that time, you'll recall that I requested help from the board to advocate for the Da Vinci High School students on the robotics team because the school administration isn't doing it. I mentioned then known incidents of verbal abuse and retaliation against my daughter and others on the robotics team. These incidents included verbal abuse and shaming, as well as the manipulation of this year's robotics team's leadership selection. I noted that the board, I couldn't say for the whole meeting, so I noted when I watched the recording that the board took an action to have this topic brought up at this week's or this month's 3x3, and I wanted to come today to just make one ask if it would be possible to learn the outcome of the 3x3 since that was the open action. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Next action item is for the approval of new director of facilities maintenance and operations.
Sure, we have the pleasure today of inviting a new member to our team, one that's been had a position that's been long awaited, to be able to have somebody that can run our facilities maintenance program. Really excited to get started. I don't know, Dr. Dougal, if you wanted to take it from here.
Right, to the board, I'd like to actually welcome Archie Smith as our director, Take Action, the Director of Facilities Maintenance Operations. He comes to us with, vast experience both at the city level as well as school district level. He's worked with the city of Long Beach, city of Santa Monica, and most recently with, at LACO, the LA County, Office of Education. We're excited to have him join this team. He went through an extensive interview process, spent a lot of time with Dr. Silvers in the final round of the interview. And we are glad he's joining our team. He comes as an experience both with custodial services, supervision of staff, as well as facilities maintenance operations. And so I'd like to welcome Archie Smith.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Obviously, I'm nervous. Thank you again for the warm welcome. I'm looking forward to the opportunity and the challenges ahead. Like you said, extensive interview process. I'm familiar with some faces I see here now through the interview process and watching some of the board meetings. And I look forward to meeting you all and learning what your expectations are of me in this position and to see some of these projects that were mentioned earlier.
Congratulations and welcome to Wiser.
But
And
thank
you do not have to be nervous at all.
Thank you.
Is this an action item?
Yeah, we didn't vote. We did some congratulating and didn't vote.
Oh, for a second? We did. It's an action item.
I guess I'm one of those.
Oh, wait.
Actually, you forget it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it's official.
Let's move
Thank
item 4.1.
Yeah, go a second.
You have a second.
Thank goodness. All in favor? Aye. Congratulations.
Every time you come to the board meeting, you have to make a presentation. Welcome to Wiser.
Thanks, Roger, that helped a lot.
30 slides.
All right, we've now approached that section of special presentations, so Blake.
Sorry, just interrupt. We have the first presentation, is Tim Carty. So,
Is he in?
sorry, is he on?
Tim Carty is one that just wanted to-
Oh,
Oh,
I don't know if that's for a public comment.
It's absolutely.
Right.
busy.
Tim Carty, solar.
do we just miss it
No,
on that? So,
He's just on now. He's just reading.
it's a public comment request, but we're beyond public comment.
Is it?
I'll go to the
Do we know what item? Do we know what item?
Yeah,
Is it on
I
there?
don't think it's an item.
It's not an item on the agenda.
I think we have to move forward.
So, sorry, hey, Tim, so we have Tim Carty here with, Piper Sandler. We wanted to give a bit of an update here as, at the next board meeting, we're gonna have to present the board with some documents, financial documents related to, the financing for the solar project, that we look to get started in April. So we wanted Tim to give a little bit of an update so that we were kind of prepared, that we're all prepared for that paperwork and maybe the packet that we'll send out prior to that next meeting. So, I think I teed that up good, Tim, but if not, I'll just pass on, let you clean it up for me.
No, you did wonderfully, Blake, and good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. Tim Carty from Piper Sandler. It's nice to see all of you. My colleague Rich Calabro might also be visible on the screen. I don't know, but yeah, very briefly, just a little update. It's our understanding that after a lot of deliberation, you as a board have decided to proceed with the solar project and engaged, I think, SiteLogic to work with you on that endeavor. So our role in the process is to assist you with the financing piece. So in doing that, with Rich's leadership, we reached out to the lending community to try to get proposals to provide the financing for the solar project. We received some uh, responses. Bank of America provided the lowest interest rate at 5.06%. So the way the process would unfold from here, again, assuming the board wants to continue to proceed with the solar project, we would come back, I think it's at a November 16th board meeting. So per Bank of America's term sheet, commitment letter, if you will, if that is signed by an official of the district, Blake or Jason, and really returned to Rich next Monday, because Bank of America needs it by October 31st, the interest rate will then be locked and held. The legal documents, as Blake described, prepared by your bond counsel, David Kaznoka, would then come to the board for approval on November 16th. I think that's the date of the meeting. And then, as soon as thereafter, all the attorneys, work out the details of the documents, the transaction would be closed. So we did receive, I think, 4 responses from potential lenders. Bank of America is willing to do an equipment lease. Not all of the lenders were. A Bank of America is willing to go 20 years, which I think was our goal. Not all of the lenders were. As I say, a 5.06% interest rate, which, assuming they get a signed commitment by, again, October 31st, they'll hold to December 31st. Documentation to you on, I think it's the 16th for your approval, and close, sometime thereafter. So just wanted to keep it brief. I know you have a busy meeting this evening, but that's a little update, a little status report on where things stand.
Tim, if I may.
Tim, we have a few questions from our board members.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Not sure if this would be you or SiteLogic, but these numbers are, that 5.06 is significantly higher than the original pro forma. So I can only speak for myself, but unless I see a pro forma that gives us a comfort zone, I'd be uncomfortable approving this without knowing what the actual costs are. Knowing they's coming to the, Mike, do you have something for it?
I just wanted to mention that and perhaps, I don't know if Rich can bring it up and share the screen, but they've already calculated the 5.6% rate, and we're still showing positive net savings. There's only 1 year, and I believe it's year 6, that for some reason we're negative $4,900. So it's a minimal amount, but all other years we're right on track.
I would just modify slightly, Noemi, what you said there. We didn't, the pro forma is SiteLogic's pro forma.
Correct.
So we did input what the repayment schedule would be at the 5.06%, but it's really SiteLogic that's doing the calculating.
And that's what was shared with Bank of America, because it was in the lender RFP documents.
So this will come to us.
November 16th.
All right. And I would request a full review and pro forma before then, please.
Absolutely. We'll make sure that we get that to you right away. Right now, Tim and David Caspanoka and his team, they're reviewing the lender RFP documents that were just recently received, which is why it's coming till the November 16th board meeting.
No, I mean, or Tim, what was the interest rate assumed in the original pro forma that we looked at a couple months ago?
You looked at 2 different pro formas, as you know, we brought it a couple of different times. The first one was 4.60, the next one was 4.75. We knew that it was slowly increasing, but because we have to follow a process of one board meeting to the next board meeting, by the time this went out, we are seeing 5.06. And with Bank of America being one of the top reputable companies that we would want anyway, thank goodness they provided the lowest rate at 5.06.
So it's about 0.25% higher than what we looked at. I think maybe we were thinking that we had seen a 2.5% or something like that, so it seemed incredibly higher, but if the pro forma was based on a
4.75 was the last one you saw.
So we're talking about a 0.25% in the overall delta.
Right.
Okay.
Is this 5.06 locked or not locked?
It is only locked if you return a signed commitment to Bank of America by October 31st.
And they'll be able to hold that until December 31st. So we
Is
have
that right, Rich? Yeah, they agreed to hold it to December 31st, but you'd have to, again, sign and return it by
Monday.
Monday.
And as you know, again, time is of the essence. We want to make sure we get locked in as soon as possible so that we can direct SiteLogic to start working on the engineering and construction documents because of that, ultimately.
So the last action that we took is to move forward with the project with the condition that we would receive
Favorable financing terms.
at sole discretion of the district.
Correct.
So at this point, we've actually authorized it, so now you're looking for the concurrence that, or you're recommending that this is favorable financing to the district?
That is our recommendation, and we're looking for the board to give us a green light to bring everything to the November 16th for final approval. And then shortly after that, then Tim and his team will work on closing escrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim and Rich. Thank you.
Sure, our pleasure. Well, great to see everyone. Have a great rest of the meeting.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
I think that's a go.
Yes, I think it's go.
We could at least lock in the rate. And then we'll bring the paperwork at the next meeting and we'll go through that. We'll get it to you early enough where you can review it.
Please.
Maybe not just a weekend before, but maybe a week or so. Okay, great. Thank you.
Next presentation.
Sure, I'm really thankful to, Eileen and Sarah for the time that they put in here to analyzing data. As you know, Sarah is the guru at analyzing data and presenting data, so I'm happy to have her here with us today. I won't do justice to team this up, so I'm gonna let her do it, but thank you for being here today. Yeah. So should we tell now? So, our chief, if you want, you have to stay till the whole meeting, until the end of the meeting. I mean, I understand.
Till the next meeting.
No, you're right, till the next meeting. If you want to leave, just feel free. We didn't want to make you feel.
Yeah, thanks for coming and you are free, my friend. We want you to start facilities today.
And Sarah, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the board, thank you to Dr. Silvers, thank you to the cabinet, and especially thank you to Dr. Eileen Harbeck, who has been my partner in all of this. So I am here this evening to bring to you tonight our 22-23 achievements in assessment. Tonight we'll be reviewing our state testing outcomes in English language arts, mathematics, and science. We'll be talking a little bit about our data protocols that are going on in our schools, our multi-tiered systems of support, and some assessment practices that we're putting into place. Oh, too much power. The California assessments are broken into two main groups: our elementary, which goes 3rd through 8th grade, and then our high school students. Our high school students are assessed once during their entire high school time. That's for English language arts and math. For the science, students are assessed in 5th grade, 8th grade, and then again once in high school. Tests are broken down into two main segments. The computer adaptive portion, where an algorithm adjusts the difficulty of the questions based on the student's performance. It's kind of like a personalized test that gets harder or easier depending on the student's answers. There's also the performance task, where students must draw upon knowledge of the entire grade level content in that area to bring together multiple skills to complete a task. For English language arts, that's a written essay, but for math, it manifests as a real-world application of mathematical principles. In addition, they have to explain every step of the process. It's not an easy task. Starting in 21-22, the English language arts and math portion of the computer adaptive test was cut in half. That blueprint continues for this current school year. The science test remained the same. This will be our second year that we have data that for the science test that is valid and reliable. The alternate assessment is given based on an IEP team determination to students. Parents get a breakdown of overall scores so that they can see their individual child's growth. Unfortunately, information for the last 2 years has not been provided down to the domain level by student. It has been provided by school, and we'll get to that when we get to our data protocols. When we receive our scores, they're broken down into 4 main categories. For a level 4, which means exceeded, That doesn't necessarily mean that a child went beyond the grade level. That's just a category. 3 means they met. That means we are reasonably assured that child is ready for the next grade level. Nearly met, just as it said, they're near it. And then not met. When we examine our data, we put 3 and 4 together. Not just us, but that's how the state puts it on the dashboard. And then 2 is called out separate from our 1s. So let's take a look at our English language arts testing over the years. In 2014-15 was the first time we had scientifically reliable data for our CASP testing. Our students meeting and exceeding the standards were 60%. The next year, 71. We dipped down a little to 69. We went back up to 72. And prior to the pandemic, we were at 75% of our student population meeting and exceeding in English language arts. When we resumed our testing, 66% of our students were meeting and exceeding. This last year, that number went to 64. If you're a math person, you're sitting here going, why doesn't that total 100? The reason is decimals. So there's a little decimal hiding behind each of those numbers that tweaks it just a little bit. That 64 is actually closer to 65. It's 64.42. So unfortunately couldn't quite round it up. We're looking at our ELA carefully and analyzing it, but when we break this down by grade level, we are seeing numbers sweep back up to where we like to see them in the lower grades. And our 8th grade was the highest tested of all.
Sarah, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
On the previous slide, I saw the grade levels, and I think I saw high school. Does this include the high school?
This does not include the high school. This is only 3rd through 8th grade.
And I just want to note that this is a great slide, and I think what it doesn't depict, I don't know any slide could, is just a sort of line in the graph that would be the pandemic, and just seeing that there was this, prior to the pandemic in 1819, 75 was our highest achievement level, and then obviously we had this dark time, I guess, I don't know what word to use, but and then here we are. So I just wanted to point that out as something that's not as clear on this as maybe you could make it.
Yeah, the black box kind of
Yeah, it does kind of do
the
it.
zone.
Sorry.
Sarah, if I may, on all these numbers, and it's probably not available, I'm assuming, is context with not only throughout our district, but other districts, the state of California, et cetera.
That information became available two weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, it became publicly available, and it is on the dashboard. Dr. Harbeck and myself went behind the scenes and pulled all of it down so we could really see where we are in conjunction with the other districts, but we're not prepared to share that information just yet. But I do have a coming slide where we are in terms of in juxtaposition with the state.
Great.
Perhaps a future board.
Perhaps a future board, yeah.
Yeah.
I would want to know who and where, because it's important to make sure we're looking at schools that are demographically similar to ourselves.
Just want to clarify, it's not perhaps on a future board meeting, it will be at a future board meeting, correct? Just want to make sure that comes back to us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Perhaps that was well said. I wanted to make sure that we have everybody's agreement.
Fair enough, fair. Keep going, Sarah, thank you.
Thank you.
For mathematics, you can see back in the day, we started at 37%, went up to 44%, 53, 55, 60, pandemic. We came back, we started at 48% of our students were meeting and exceeding, 30% of our students were nearly, and 22% were not. This last year, 50% of our students met and exceeded. That's an increase of 2%, and it's an actual valid 2%. 20% of our students were nearly, so we ticked down a little bit in that domain, and 23% of our students were in the not category. It's important to note that our new to the country students, or students who've been in the country for less than 12 months, are exempt from the English language arts assessment, but they are not exempt from the math assessment. And while it is a small number, it is part of this equation. We are definitely, as a district, math is one of our priorities. Dr. Harbeck's presentation just a few board meetings ago really highlighted all of the steps we as a district are taking in the area of math.
And we're able to identify the specific students and provide remediation for those students?
Yes, each of our school sites has these are for reading. Each of our school sites has an intervention team on site that's really focused on our kinder first and second, and they have equal time devoted to English language arts as well as math. We're leveraging a scientifically researched math program called Symphony Math that is specifically designed to reach students that are 2 grade levels below.
We also use the STAR testing program, right?
Yes, we're using the STAR assessment.
And we're using that to assess with these students if we're making progress.
It is used as a progress monitor as well as a first step identifier to immediately bring resources to students who need that support. Now, limited resources and making sure we're touching all of the students we can, but yes, it is a focus.
Just so I'm reading these numbers right,
Yes,
half of our students are meeting or exceeding, but half are not.
that is correct.
That's a lot.
And it varies by grade level, which is something I could also bring back to the board when I bring back the contextual data, but yes.
And Sarah,
Yes, sir.
this is measuring all students at those grade levels, correct?
Correct.
So if a student, we just had a board workshop earlier, before this meeting. So if a student has an IEP, they also take the test?
That is
and
correct.
That's also aggregated into here, right?
Yes.
So it's district-wide for
It
that
is-
grade level?
That is representative of 1,668 students that all took the test, whether they took the regular CASP test or they took the adaptive CAA, the California Adaptive Assessment. So all of those scores are represented, and less than 1.5% of our population takes the adaptive test. So every child's score is represented right there on the screen for you.
You're gonna give us a delineation in a slide or two, so we'll let you keep going.
Here's some delineation. So if we look historically over our CASP data, when I put the numbers on it, it just made the slide very, very challenging to read. That line indicates when the pandemic occurred. What's really important to note on the slide was right before the pandemic, our achievement gap was closing. The district data is the dashed line. The state data is that black line at the very bottom of the screen. Our Latino population, Latinx, Latina, Rebecca Hamburg-Happy could say all the things much better than I could, is the purple line. Our Caucasian population is the green line. Our African American population is the light blue line. And our socioeconomically disadvantaged students is the green line. It's important to note that some students cross. They might be represented in multiple categories. They might be a socioeconomically disadvantaged student and a white child. Now, I brought this because I know Roger wants to know. Our Latino population of the district, the dashed line, that is representative of 1,668 children. Our Latino population that is represented on this graph is 921 students, which is 55% of the district. Our white population is 227 students, which is about 14% of our population. Our African American children are 252, which is 15% of the district. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged is 616, which is 37% of the district. I did not bring you any numbers that were lower than 14% because that becomes more representative of actual children that we're talking about. So it's important to maintain anonymity.
You know, Tom, that obviously Asian is missing from this list. They obviously didn't make the 14%
They did
threshold.
not
Do you
make
have
it.
any idea what that percent is?
6.
Sarah, I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, but from noticing this, we see a kind of a fairly drastic drop, right, from in all groups, but yet the state doesn't seem, they're well below, but they don't seem to have as big of a dip.
Oh, that is a decline.
Decline any more than they are.
Am I looking at that right, or am I missing that?
The ski slope right here. The point.
Yeah, they were already.
It just wasn't as steep as.
It's not
It doesn't
as,
seem as steep.
It's
But they
not
were
as-
already in
but
I
the
was gonna
state is
say-
representative of hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of children. So their drop
The state is representative of hundreds of thousands of children, so their drop is more cushioned, whereas you see our district did drop, but again, we're 1,668 kids. So they have more of a cushion when they drop. you see that line? Ours kind of is more ziggy-zaggy, whereas the state line has more of a continuity to it. Ziggy-zaggy is not really a professional term.
I mean, I've understood it.
Here's what that slide looks like for mathematics. We were climbing that hill, we were closing some gaps, we still had a few gaps that were hanging with us. And then the pandemic hit, but you can see every single one of those lines is starting to trend up again. And again, the dark line represents the line Blake asked for, Dr. Silvers asked for, which is the demarcation of when the pandemic occurred. So math is continuing to be our area of focus. For our science test, in 21-22, 46% of our students were meeting and exceeding, which was outpaced by students who were nearly meeting. However, this last year that ticked up to 50%. When we looked by domain, we gained about 10 percentage points for students meeting and exceeding in every single domain. So we're seeing that there's definitely growth occurring. And we know that with our new science series that was adopted just this last year and is really starting to gain traction, I saw it in classes today, that this number will continue to soar, especially since our science series is now aligned with the standards that are being assessed. So what does all this mean? That was a lot of information. What are we doing? In our district, we're really looking at a multi-tiered system of support. We're looking to maintain and increase our data usage, to clearly articulate that data and results with all of our stakeholders, the public, like we're doing here tonight, working with Dr. Silvers to create a board-facing dashboard so we can keep track on all of these numbers and metrics. We're looking to develop some signature practices to do some deep data review protocols. We've already started with some of our grade levels in digging into our state standard grade level information that we're getting from the state, looking at those domains. What do they mean? What are we doing with it? How does that help us move our children forward? We're looking to build organizational capacity to use key data points for all aspects. You spoke about the STAR assessment. I will be meeting with every grade except first and kinder just yet because they haven't started their STAR assessments. But I'll be starting next week meeting with just about every grade level to go through their STAR data, really dig into it, see what kind of skills students are needing, how we can advance children who are ready, how we can help remediate children who need those next steps in a way that does not put an intense burden on our teachers. Utilizing the platforms that we have to really help teachers build those things into their classrooms without needing to spend hours planning and finding projects. We'll be looking to centralize our data acquisition and usage to support our teachers and administrators. We have several different data platforms, but with Margarita Cisneros' help and Dr. Silver's help and Eileen Harbeck's help, we're working to make sure that in the hands of all of our sites, data is fingertip available and understandable. That's one of the biggest problems is we might have tons of information, but how can we make it comprehensible to people in a way that they don't want to sit there for an hour to hear, well, what's next? How do we make sure we have next steps always ready to go? We'll be looking to track our MTSS outcomes and improved student outcomes for all of our subcategories. We're looking at attendance data. We're looking at our STAR data. We're looking at our RTI, which is our response to intervention, those intervention students we spoke of. How are they showing growth? And we're really looking to the state for a little bit of guidance on this one. I'm sure you may have heard of Gavin Newsom's new initiative and Tony Thurman's new initiative to really research and study what we're doing in math to move everyone forward together rather than trying to work in silos. So working with our 3rd through 8th grade teams, we'll be looking at the state-created interim assessment blocks, lovingly referred to as IABs. They are tiny snippets of the state test, and they're released questions, not the questions on the test, that the students can really use to better understand the structure of the test, how they can respond to it. Some of the questions ask you to select 2. Some of them you have to draw arrows. What is it you're being asked to do, and how do you as a student respond to that? In addition, giving the teachers information on the mastery of the various concepts to make sure that we're working together in partnership to move our students further. Okay, that was a lot. Questions?
Math is the language of life. If we don't understand math, we're impairing our ability to think and solve problems. We have got to do better than this. I know this is a problem everywhere. We got to give our kids the best shot. And so I implore all the teachers, I implore the administration, implore all of you, we got to raise the bar. I'm hurt looking at these numbers.
As were our teachers. They took this very seriously. And
No doubt.
And they understand and they want to do what's best for the kids. So this is being taken very seriously, and at those data meetings that I referred to, I'm going to the TCTs, the teacher collaboration times, and working with the teachers to really dig behind, what do those numbers actually mean? What do the students actually need? Because that's where the rubber meets the road on this. And Holly Compton, our math TOSA, is working very diligently with all of our teachers to talk about rigor, to talk about what's going on in the classrooms, and to walk hand in hand with our teachers so that we can all improve our practice in what we're teaching and learning. And with that, I'd like to thank you all very much for your time and attention. If there's any further questions or comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Sarah, for the wonderful presentation, and I know a lot of work goes into this with the data gathering, analyzing, so thank you very much.
Move into the next one. Okay.
Okay.
So next presentation, we are very excited and I, wanted to definitely share this with Kathy. Gore is that one of our priority projects, for our Measure EE Series A bonds is the field facility there at 135th and Aviation. That's been an empty lot here for a while. So really excited. We've had a collaborative approach here with PBK. They're here today kind of putting forth some of our ideas. We had good conversation about kind of wants, needs, desires. So I'm very excited to be able to bring these options to the board, and I think Noemi is going to kick it off. Or did I kind of take your thunder there? Noemi, sorry. I mean, I try.
That's the presentation you've ever done.
Hi again, everyone. I will be very brief, because really it's PBK's show. I just wanted to mention that we have been working collaboratively with PBK for the last couple of months now, on both the field projects, both the Weisburn High School soccer field and the 135th and Aviation Sports Complex. Now, you saw some of the options for the soccer field at the last meeting. And in this meeting, we really want to focus on the 135th and Aviation Sports Complex. We have been meeting on a weekly basis with PBK, and we have essentially completed the programming phase, and we are ready to present some exciting options. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the PBK team. I'll let them introduce themselves, but it's a great team. We've been very happy to be working.
I think you're doing the right thing with that picture. That's a great picture.
Which one is yours?
Yeah, my son, right? 21. Come on,
Which number was it? Yes, I can see it.
21.
Welcome, Mother.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good evening, President Martinez, members of the board, community, Superintendent Dr. Silvers. I want to take an opportunity to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to work on this project and to present an update to you guys today. We're very excited. As Noemi said, we've been meeting on a weekly basis on this and going through a lot of options, and we'll show them what we have here. Present today is Gilbert Baez, who is our partner at PBK. Marcus Carrillo, who will also be presenting. He's our project manager that's leading a lot of this. On his free time, he is actually a soccer coach, so he has some good insight on this. Myself, I'm Oliver Nicholas. I'm an associate with the firm. I am not a soccer coach. Don't play, can't run, so he has a lot more insight into it. Let me see here. Did that work? Oh, there you go. All right, so this evening, we're going to be going over a few things. Like Noemi said, we're practically wrapping up the programming phase. We've explored many options that we'll show you, came up with a conceptual estimate. The task that we have already completed is that we created a preliminary schedule. We've also had our civil engineer and come out there, do a topo survey. So now we can see how much area that we're actually working with and how we can get all these conceptual layouts to fit into this site here. And then our next steps as we end this is that we would want to try to get a selection and clearly define the program, and then move on to the next phase where we'll go into schematic designs, kind of go into more details, locate where gates may become, finalize some of the sizes of the concession stands and so forth. So what you're going to see in the next few slides are very diagrammatical, locations of where the fields will be, locations of where the buildings will be. You'll see the buildings as a square. It may not be a square. We'll modify it as we go into the next phase. And also I'll hand it over to Marcus so that he can go over the field layouts.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you to all board members. So for this option, option number one, like Oliver is saying, this is a very high level programming design phase. So just a little bit of backgrounds about the size of the fields. The size of field that we are showing right now is the NFHS minimum requirements for the size of the soccer field. And also for the softball field, it's the fast pitch, so the correct sizing, and the under 12 and under Little League field size. So let's see if I can. That's a little strange, but so this is the aviations on this side and 135th on this side. So here on the top right corner, we have situated the Little League field up against the existing parking lot. And on the south end, the softball field, which is an NFHS size. And then we have on the left side, the minimum requirement for the soccer field. With this scheme, what it allows is it gives you to situate the concession stand to the top left corner of the site. Gives availability to the beach volleyball field, and if you'll notice, the SLC building would have to be demolished, which would give you about 40 parking stalls for after hours parking. And we have notated the after hours entrances as well as the school hour entrances for the middle school adjoining the site. And Oliver will go through the budget.
Could I just jump in real quick? Sure. So I just wanted to share with the board, one of the things that we started this conversation, I know we shared with you all through our master planning process, as well as into the schematic design, was trying to find a flexible field, something that could support various sports. So you see the soccer field, obviously you see baseball, softball, but then there's also the overlay there of the smaller soccer field so that you could operate a smaller soccer field. And then the addition is the beach volleyball. So I think, I would like maybe some feedback at one point on the beach volleyball, addition. It was kind of, that was not part of the master plan. It would be a beach sand. Yeah, the sand court. Da Vinci Schools does have a beach volleyball program. They do have a league, a team, I guess I should say. So just wanted to put that out there as something that we did kind of throw in. Wasn't part of the master plan, but, wanted to share that. Sorry, thanks.
On this particular design, that overlaid soccer field would be, it looks like there's a dirt field around Little League or a dirt track. So would that run through that other soccer field?
So for all of these play fields, there's synthetic turf, and we could overlay the field. So the striping would be within the baseball and softball field, but it wouldn't be dirt. It would just be an overlay.
I'm just confused by the brown line around the Little League baseball field, like the outfield. It looks like that's not.
Yeah, that would just be paint. It would be painted astroturf rather. You're talking about
This is like here, right?
Yeah.
All of this,
Yeah.
none of this is dirt. This is all.
That's all
turf.
yes, exactly. The area that is kind of in gray would probably be what we call our path of travel, would be a possibly concrete DG. So that's something that we can work with, but all the fields are gonna be synthetic.
I have a question. Thank you for letting us see these in advance. I appreciate that. My concern is the width on the side of the soccer field, right up against. I'm concerned about the safety of somebody running full speed and running into a fence. Is that How much space do you need? How much space is that? I may not have a good
Sure.
frame of reference.
Sure, I think there's a buffer of at least 10 feet there.
That's
before the
10 feet?
fence. Yeah, so the white line serves as the soccer field,
Right?
and then there's at least 10 feet to the left of it. And like I said, now that we have the topo survey, we'll be able to massage this and get exact spaces in between there. And
You can slow
even,
down at 10 feet. Okay.
So actually, the NFHS minimum requirement for the buffer zone is 10 feet, so it would meet it.
Good, you're not just you're designing with requirements and I should take those into account. I didn't know that, thank you.
And my eyes are challenging here, the concession stands, are there restrooms in here? Are there restrooms in the concession?
there would be, yes, so that concession stand building would house the restrooms as well.
Okay.
Right now, I think we're estimating to about a 1,200 square foot building, so that it does have concession restrooms and, very small storage space.
It'd be like the same size as the one that's at the middle school right now. It would be bigger.
No, I mean, you don't know that answer probably. The concession stand at the middle school currently, and then this one, we don't know the comparison. We can find that out.
I think Rebecca, you're right, it's crazy.
Up here,
That has the one at the middle school has
that's where.
2 bathrooms, a storage room and a concession.
And that's basically the intent of this design, to have restrooms, as well as storage and a warming kitchen.
I think the middle school's a full kitchen, isn't it? Yeah, because they have a fryer and everything.
Yeah.
Or,
I think it's all plug in stuff.
They don't use it, but it does have the center.
right.
From our prior design conversations, is up here where we have no infrastructure, water, electricity, anything going there, is that more costly than any other option? I realize you don't have a lot of, you probably show us others, but is that a consideration that's material at all in the design?
At the moment, well, like you said, there's gonna be a couple other options where we relocate that. Yes, technically, because of the distance, we'll have to trench a little bit more, but because it's open right now, this is the time to do it, and it's probably gonna be minimal in terms of the cost impact. And then in terms of the estimate on the far right, it's a very high level cost estimate. We touched base with one of our value cost estimators, and they provided us with those numbers there. And what we did here is we took the entire area, placed it all synthetic turf, which is what numbers you get there with the soccer field, practice turf, little league, softball, and so forth. And then came up with a final number. And like I said, the concession building, we estimated at about a 1,200 square foot building.
Dr. Silvers, to your question about the volleyball, my concern would be upkeep, cat maintenance. Just, you know what I'm talking about. Just,
Yeah.
we staffing.
Yeah, I've tried to find a good answer for that, Dr. Goldman, and I'm yet to find a good answer. I mean, I know that there's some tarping options where you cover with tarping and do all of that. I don't have a good answer for that though.
Sophisticated term for you,
So before we proceed to the next option, I just want to point out the cost of this project. As you can see, it's a little bit over $9 million. And just as a reminder, what we had budgeted for this project was $8 million all in, and then hard costs and soft costs, therefore $6 million for construction and roughly $2 million for soft costs. So just keep that in mind as we move along. At the next meeting, what we're hoping to get from the board this evening is direction on which option you're leaning towards. By the next meeting, my goal is to bring back all our projects. We have received pretty much all of the ROMs for all of them, where you know where we stand, and I think we'll be able to provide you an opportunity to make some take an opportunity to reprioritize some of the projects.
This is not the all-in cost, this is just the construction.
This is construction only, does not reflect soft costs.
which would add another
25%.
Yeah.
Just as, I know you have.
Roughly over about $11 million with this option.
And I know you have 2 more layouts to go, but I think we're gonna be hard pressed to select one of these, knowing that it's over $3 million over budget. I'd like to see an option where it's within budget, not $3 million over. I think we could have a conversation as to if we can't build what we have here, it's very difficult to authorize a further design when we don't have the money. It's $11.4 million would be if you added the soft cost to that number there, but we have 8 million all in.
One thing to keep in mind is we're looking at potential options on how quickly we can go for the next series, Series B, which would be June 30th or June of 2025. That's the earliest that we would be able to tap into Series B. So I believe we can still proceed with some of these options. We just have to sequence some of these projects accordingly to be able to complete the design, but not fully start construction or bid the project until we're ready. We have some options to present, like I said, by the next meetings, specifically around Del Air, and how we can perhaps accomplish the majority of our projects as long as we sequence them correctly.
Authorizing one of these projects at this number though would mean that other projects come off. So we
Do
have
not come off, but are just,
Well, down the road, we're talking the projects dedicated to series 2 and 3. Yeah, I'm with you.
They
I'm
do,
agreeing
they
with
could
you.
come off.
Yeah, something's gotta give.
I mean, they just come off on series 3, which means that we won't be touching certain areas. It just depends which ones we don't want to do at this point.
Well,
It's really not to do some of the projects as we move forward.
So can I also add, sorry, real quick, can I also add that what came in late on this too was our absolute need to knock down the old facilities as well. So that was something that with the $8 million, that was not in the plan. You know, so we were gonna actually just build around it, maybe look at doing some work there. So this actually has that whole old district office facility, the portables for SLC, it keeps the maintenance building there. But it does have those taken out and replaced with a parking lot there. It also allowed us to extend the field just a little bit too, so that we didn't cut off. I believe in some of those, maybe not on the one state, but in some of the iterations of it, it actually had a shorter softball field in I guess that'd be left field there, or baseball field, whatever that is. But we were able to extend it a little bit more. And it was just being that those facilities were completely unusable. I mean, it was just that we're at a point where they just need to come down anyway. So I think that caused some of the overrun as well.
one thing to keep in mind as well is in the facilities master plan, what was allocated for this project is higher. In terms, I should have had that ready to go and I apologize, but I can quickly look. The only reason we allocated $8 million is because, remember, we have a smaller Series A that we're planning for a lot more, 30-something million dollars, and we had to go down to $25 million, which is why we had to reduce the budget for some of these projects. Doesn't mean that there was not more money allocated or estimated as part of the facilities master planning process.
No, I understand that. I think the challenge is the facilities master plan, if I remember correctly, it's about 250 million overall for the entire.
115, something like that, 115 million.
We have greater needs. We have money, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the master
I agree.
plan
That's
was everything we
master
wanted,
plan.
yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I'd be curious, and I'll let you
Yes.
continue on here,
Go
in that I think it's important to note in this design, which might be different than the others, you do not have simultaneous use of the fields. You can only do one of these sports at a time in this design. I think you might have more flexibility in the others, I'm not sure.
Actually, I think this is the design that we can do 3 sports simultaneously, because the practice soccer field would not be in use while the little league and the softball, and then the soccer field alone can go independently. So you can have 3 sports concurrent.
And would we put fencing up? I
It
assume-
would, yes, for the baseball field, it would be some fencing that you roll in and out.
The softball field and the soccer field are CIF approved fields, right? The only exception would be that Little League.
That's correct. What is that to the fence there on that softball field? Is that 250 or something? You know, I don't know off the top of my head. Let me see if I have my notes here.
It's about 12 inches.
Well, if you do 10 feet as hey, Dr. Goldman, if you do 10 feet, it's like, I mean, that's a long part.
Yeah, I think that's, you're actually asking the right question. I was thinking they'd have to extend beyond the field.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty.
Wow. It's a big space.
Yeah.
From home plate, the Little League field is the regulation size. We mapped out all the dimensions from their standards, and we oriented them and massaged whatever we could within the site.
You have all three going some.
So Little League is 200 and down the line.
Yeah.
What about the softball though? Is that the same 200 in the softball field? I guess I'm asking about the softball field that's more directly adjacent to the soccer field.
That would be the regulation size. If it's 200, then yes.
200. I think what's a little confusing here is the overlap of the practice field. So it makes it seem like you can't play the two baseball sports together at the same time. Should we move on to the option 2 so you guys can kind of
The amount. I did come from the amount of the need identified in the facilities master plan. It is in fact $115 million. And for the 135th and aviation,
You said 50.
115.
That was the original master plan.
Oh, yeah, that's the wish, that's the dream.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct, but he thought it was much higher.
Oh.
Right. Correct, so it's 115 million in need identified, $98 million bond. And for the 135th and aviation, the cost that OPA had assessed at that time in $20 was $12.8 million.
Well, but that had buildings, that the facilities master plan originally had a pre-K.
No, that's strictly for the 135th and aviation.
Oh, the update.
Right.
The update,
So
okay.
the update was 12.8.
That's right.
So the one on that,
Yeah, we did.
12.8 consideration, facilities master plan. Just remind me conceptually in the facilities master plan, what did it call for? Did it call for soccer field?
I have it right here.
That was a crazy overlay one.
Yeah.
Remember where they were
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I just wanna-
everything was
I
all
just wanna
on top of
know.
each other.
Yeah, I just want to understand.
How tall do the fences need to be? That, I assume that's designated in the cost here.
On the outside, you
If
mean?
it is, if you're talking about the baseball, like
Oh,
the
the baseball
backstops,
and softball.
yeah, we probably have them at 30 feet high.
30 feet high.
At the backstops.
Thank you. At the back? No, what about, I'm talking about I'm concerned about the ball going into the soccer field.
Kids aren't that far. I mean, it's rare. It's rare.
And only kids are using the field?
It should.
Okay.
Noah, did you say go on to the next?
You should.
You're right.
For this option, so like we said earlier, there was multiple iterations. This one was option 3. Here we have situated the soccer field in the top right corner of the site, the softball field to the left northwest corner of the site, and the baseball field to the southwest corner, where we also have demolished the SLC building, situated the concession, restroom, and storage building on the south side of the site, adjacent to the new parking lot, which would be about 40 parking stalls. The beach volleyball just south of the soccer field, and batting cages around that volleyball. We can always limit the number of batting cages that we provide for more movable bleacher seating.
And I think Dr. Goldman, this is speaks to the location of the building. And this option here, we actually located it lower where existing
You have
infrastructure.
infrastructure there,
Correct.
yeah, that was my question, yeah.
And
It's
this
a better
one,
location for access for the community.
Yes.
and this one, we
Parking is
lose
actually
the second
less.
option for the soccer field, but it looks like they're very distinct sports.
That is correct. We lose the practice field that we overlaid on the 2 baseball fields. And by doing that is when we put the Little League softball field perpendicular from each other, kind of delineates a pathway between the 2. But then again, we lose the practice field.
They're about the same cost. So it's 2 options.
That's correct. In terms of square footage, they're practically the same. I think what we can eliminate there, and actually I forgot to remove it, is that there's a practice turf cost about 130,000. That's probably your cost savings there.
You can also reduce the number of batting cages. I mean, there are options to reduce some costs. Obviously, you can see that we have 3 sets of batting cages here.
that certainly can change. And I'm sure you mentioned that in this option, SLC would be demolished as well.
That's,
And is the demo cost for SLC included?
It is included in this number here. And I think one of the items that was added as a wish list is the Mutco lighting, for night. And that is a big chunk of, the cost there. Right now, the way we laid it out, we're looking at about 9 lights required, coming up to about $1 million worth of lighting.
Any idea what it would cost us to lay the infrastructure for that and not put the lights in yet?
No, I don't know off the top of my head.
So I missed option 2. Blake was distracting me.
There actually wasn't, well, we're not presenting an option 2. This would be the second option.
Oh. So it's 1 and 3.
1 and 3 right now, and then we're gonna move on to number 4.
Okay.
See if the mouse works instead.
I think you have to clap twice too.
Little dance too.
Can you advance this slide? No, it's over here. There you go. That's it.
Okay, so this is our final option here, option number 4. In this option, we actually didn't demolish the SLC building. There's a limited amount of parking stall for the public on the south end of the site. The soccer field is adjacent to the middle school on the east side of the site, where the softball field is up against aviation, and the Little League field would be on the north side of the site. The concession building would be adjacent to the existing parking lot, making more of an entrance to the site. And right next to it would be the beach volleyball.
These are all the same size.
In this option, there's no practice field yet.
And but there's the SLC building. What's the difference between the two? Obviously, there's no practice turf, but what about like batting cages? What's that the difference?
It has less batting cages and it also has,
It's
the
SLC
demolition,
building.
the demolition of the building is removed from the equation.
It's fewer parking stalls too.
Correct.
In addition to that, it's just a little bit less spacious in terms of the space between the fields. So if you look at the outfields for both the Little League and the softball, the walkway there gets a little bit narrower.
And I think I just want to note that at a time in the relatively near future, we're gonna have to demolish the SLC and the old district office.
It's just is,
Right.
what about viewers, viewing this, observing, does one have significant space differences than the others, or better for the parents want to root on their kids, where do they one have better than the other?
It would have. The options 1 and 3 would be better, just purely because we would demolish the SLC building, and it'll give more room between the fields for removal features or pop-ups and portable seats.
8.6 or something.
Yes, about 8.6.
And you'll notice that we're carrying a 10% escalation fee aside from contingencies, just to be conservative.
What was option 1 again in terms of price?
9.1. They're not, 1 and 3 are basically the same price, roughly $9.1 million.
Run. You know, option 1 here. I think Roger comes. I kind of tend to like the option 1, but I think Roger got a great point here about that concession stand. Is there a way to move that concession stand closer to the parking lot? And
It's like your option 3 scenario.
Yeah, the next one.
Because that the concession stand seems like very remote, very hard to get to, whereas in this scenario, when people come here and park there, it's probably easier for the infrastructure to assess, and trash collection is easier. the majority of spectators are probably gonna be down here watching the softball game versus the practice beach volleyball. It's closer to the main field, if you will.
So,
And it creates a main point of entry. It's a perfect opportunity to highlight, create signage, create a gathering place.
so the question I have is more my personal, if you go to option one. If you go to
Right.
option one, could you just move that concession stand down and then push the volleyball up in the soccer field?
We would have to look into that just because if you look at, if we move the soccer field up, it will cut off the Little League outfield.
You may have 10 feet there.
I was thinking of putting like the green monster over there, right? Build a fence over there. But yeah, I think we tried that, so we can't, in this scenario, we can't flip it or the concession in the soccer field. In order to do that, we would have to relocate the field over to the right, which would be option 3.
So you guys obviously have spent a whole lot more time with this than we have. Do you have recommendations, pros and cons, yeses and nos?
Good question. I think the priority for us is to provide a complex that allows concurrent sports happening so that you're not just playing one sport at a time. So option 3, I believe, is the most spacious of them. And like you guys said, it creates a nice entryway at the bottom where we concession stand and the restrooms there. And if you look at this, there's 3 sets of batting cages. We don't need that, right? So you actually even have a little bit more room around the beach volleyball area. Those can turn into movable bleachers.
Dr. Bowman, I'm sorry. I meant to ask, you all real quick. What I liked about option 1, and I'm not the decision maker in this, but what I liked is that practice field, and I only like it because of the ability to just have more kids out playing or practicing. I'm not thinking of it necessarily for competition, but more so for opportunities to run, some of the younger kids' practices. If you flip back to that other design, so going to 3, is there a way to make it where you can still kind of kick the ball around in an organized type way?
Practice field.
Yeah, like something like that.
I think you can. I think if we go back to option 1, Marcus, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that practice field is large enough for a ASO 9U. Yeah, or 12U, right?
12. So that's one, that would be one thing that, sorry about that.
Go back to 3. You could what's the difference in space? Why couldn't it fit here?
It can, but then what you're gonna be doing there is I think it's gonna overlap with the soccer field.
I also had a question about reality and logistics. How often are we gonna want to have the fencing up here? Is this in reality, or go back to the other one? In reality, it's gonna be up all the time. And would this even be useful? You're gonna be taking down and putting up this fence all the time?
So I would say, just having seen this in other parks and other schools, that the fence is primarily up during baseball season, so you would have certain permits required, so you'd have the 2 fences up during baseball season, then you'd work it out with the facility user groups. AYSO season would open, and now they could actually utilize that facility. You may have fall ball where you have to roll the gate out or something, but I think majority early fall to December, you'd have the fences down for the most part, and then during baseball season, you'd have them up.
And then if you go back to 3 again one more time. So, and you couldn't do that here.
Yeah, you would have a very small practice field. It wouldn't be a field where you can actually play a 12U.
Why not? I just don't understand. It's the same exact space. You just flipped the.
I think it would be overlapping the high school soccer field.
Could you check?
So
We can look, yeah,
We can look into it.
I mean, you've got, I guess I'm just bewildered because the soccer field's touching this side on this one, so go to the other one, it's touching this side on this one, what's the difference?
I think it's the foul ball line on the softball, but we can check it. We can see if that can work.
So I think the question is, how big of a field, practice field, could we make in that area, right?
Yeah, that's-
It's like, what's the largest field that we could potentially put there? Yeah.
Do 10U, or AU, like right now, there are 18 teams.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
In
yeah, yeah.
U10
Right.
in this district, there is no place for them to practice. If we could have one more field that would be for that, and we know that it's the younger kids, right, that make up most of the ASO,
That's,
We'll
anyways.
we'll look into that. We'll see what we can do. Well, the reality is it's a flat field with turf, even the dirt areas are turf. So you could conceivably have a practice. I mean, you wouldn't play a game on it, but you could have a practice at home plate on the girls softball field or the softball field. Right. Yes, that would be correct. Sorry, yeah, sorry. No, you're all right.
Personally, I like option one. I'm struggling with this option three just because, so if you look at the fields, if you look at where home plate is, right, it makes sense, right? The kind of the corners of the site. When you go to option three, I'm struggling with the softball field. It's kind of right in the middle there. So that's my personal struggle.
Is it, to the point, the design and the angle, this is something well beyond my pay grade, but is there a direction that the field should be relative to the sun, and would that be relevant to our considerations here?
I think it also, well, technically you wouldn't want it facing the west, right, afternoon sun. So it could be in your eyes but then it depends also when the games are played, right? I think Little League is played anywhere from, whether it's in the morning, but if they also do in the evenings from 5 to 7. So at that point, I think the sun has passed. So I think in this scenario, there is no optimal configuration. I would say from just a baseball perspective, northeast is the direction that's the ideal direction. There's 4 different, northeast is the number 1 directional.
The way the little field is feel now.
Right.
A question on that, saying no, well, why couldn't you reorient the softball field so it's going so that the home plate is on the aviation 135th?
Everybody's defining.
Like a marketing,
everybody's doing marketing.
Did you understand the question?
You're asking if why we rotate it?
Yes.
It would cut into or flip it,
In other words,
This seemed like a rectangle.
there you go, like, yeah, why couldn't you do that? To the softball.
Let's do it that way.
That would be the softball field the other way.
I think the fields overlap,
the play fields would overlap, so the softball field, I think left field would cut into the soccer, and it would eliminate the regulation size of it.
Could you show that again?
The baseball field outfields would actually touch each other. That's what it is.
This isn't.
There was an option during the iterative phase where we did propose that. And like Oliver said, the outfield lines would cut into each other, so it would be a basically a chamfer it, yeah.
So, but that is softball, what distance are you showing, like, if you reoriented that, what distance are you showing on a softball field? Like, is it 200?
I think it is, yes.
and it's the same as Little League field, it's 200.
Going south. Down.
I mean, we can look into that, there's a gap between the Little League field and the concession. If we can find a spot where if we can narrow it in terms of access to that point, we can look into it.
There's something to be said for having it the way it is though, for balls, not going any, even with no fencing. Go ahead.
And as an option for us, for the board to consider, with this option 1 here, where we have the softball down at the bottom, the Little League up on top. One consideration I'm thinking is to actually move the practice soccer field to where the main soccer field is. And being budget conscious, not having that main soccer field here. That would give us an opportunity to move the concession stand down towards the bottom, which is a combination of that other option 3. So my recommendation or thought is not to do a new synthetic turf CIF soccer field, because the other project that we're thinking of doing is also a new synthetic turf soccer field here at this location. And that project is about, $1.8 million over budget. Correct?
Yes, now it's a little more, $100,000 more than the last. Yes.
So making the balancing act here is obviously work with our partnership at Da Vinci, where we can get some use as well. obviously, since we'll also be building the new soccer field here at this location and just have a practice field there, that would save us, what is that, $1.3 million for the main soccer field. Obviously, not all the costs go away because they're still gonna move that. I mean, there's some economies of scale here, but it's not a one-to-one. And then the muscle lighting, if that's not a must, if that's not a must for us in terms of having lighting, I don't know when the games are played for softball, if we're not gonna be playing at night, then why spend $1 million for that?
Little League is a big, Little League anyway, so it would, the lights would allow less field to be utilized longer, right? So it extends the play time a little bit.
The only thing is we have the infrastructure already in place for the 135th, so, but we. So, on 135th and ISIS, for Wiseman Little League, the infrastructure is there for lights.
But there's no lights.
Exactly.
You're suggesting that the light's there.
In other words, we've done it before,
Yeah.
we said we were gonna
It's
do that,
been,
and it hasn't been done.
So-
I don't think they're coming.
Yeah, it has been a challenge too, though, because lighting is also always a challenge for me. So that's one of the.
I hear that, and I also think that one of the biggest issues I've seen in the last 2 years with my kids who are playing in youth grade is that they can't have practices because we have no lights. And so, you know, we're gonna have a good program and we're gonna do this. I think that the lighting is something that, like, I hear you, Roger, I think that, like, yeah, maybe we do a smaller soccer field, we have a lot of soccer facilities right now, and we're gonna be building a new one, right? So we do something smaller to utilize that space, right, not make it wasted, but doesn't need to be that big, so.
You know, assuming can we go to number 3, please? If we did put lights in, the flooding of the lights would be less neighborhood intrusive here.
Right.
Also
Way
relevant.
less.
I'm sorry?
Way less.
Yes, and I think that's relevant.
Yeah, 100%.
The only challenge is forward budget, right? And many we have to look at this, many of our projects that have been presented in one over budget, so
Yeah.
we have a budget problem.
Again, technically, it is in line, the cost is in line with what was planned for in the facilities master plan. Our budget reflects our hands were tied basically with Series A.
I mean, we can move the lighting, if you don't want to pay for the lighting in Series A, we can pay for it in Series B, but I definitely think we need to continue to include the lighting.
I think I'm more trying to balance like what's the actual need and what's the use. I mean, if the lights are truly necessary for use, I mean, if we can do it, build it out now. This is kind of my view on it. I do question whether we build a brand new synthetic field twice.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm with you on
we're
that.
having 2 CIF soccer fields, if we don't have one now.
What is demand?
Why build 2 when we can do 1 and help us with some of the budget concerns? Because it's, even if this project, we can get it in line, we still have other challenges. And it's also trying to save some monies as we go along versus deferring the big challenge for the very end, and then we can't build out several of the other ones. Because the more we build, the more we spend, we lose opportunities down the road.
I mean, to your point, we have a lot of soccer, like, we will have a lot of soccer space once we build the high school one, right? Like, we're getting a whole new field there. And if it's the same size as Del Aire's, which is basically, I think, what we're getting, right? It's roughly the same.
It will be CIF approved.
Right, and the Del Aire field is that, right? So I'm just thinking, like, we have that. Can you fit another, like, smaller baseball something on this space? Because that's what doesn't have a lot of.
So I would argue that during baseball season, which is when it's most impactful, you do have your fields here, but you also have this grass field here that you could practice Little League or like T-ball. Like, you can put all your lower level teams. You know, I've done this as a board member and for Culver City Little League, so I mean, I know you can use a soccer field for that. So I think you do have that space. I mean, the question would be, you could remove the beach volleyball court, extend the grass down, and then you have additional grass space. So the thing is, I mean, I think that beach volleyball, because we did see an earlier iteration, I believe, just a while back, where there was a practice like square of grass instead of the beach volleyball. That was thrown in.
The beach volleyball thing is only
Right,
40,000.
but you lose, it's not about the cost, it's more you lose the grass space, is what I'm saying. So this extends it so that you can do more practice, you have more space to practice, if that's the issue, yeah.
So if you put a soccer practice field there, you also practice baseball on it.
Correct, like T-ball and, right, so it extends the grass space, exactly.
Is there a significant cost savings to doing a practice field versus the regulation size field?
No, it would be the same, because we're paying for the synthetic turf, right, whether it's, you're paying for the area that we're encompassing on the site.
It's just, it wouldn't matter much.
Mhm. You know, you guys were exploring the idea of removing the CIF field. I guess in lieu of that, we can put more, smaller fields that can satisfy the ASO, needs, right? That's another option. If you already need to have a field out here in Whitesburg.
What is the demand? I mean, there's tremendous demand for baseball, we've heard that forever. Obviously, we have no soccer. So.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2,000 kids playing soccer every year. I mean, it's a lot of kids.
There's never enough field space.
And the issue is to just to share that not only now do we have our kids playing, but we also have high school teams that are playing, and as we move in, I mean, I don't know, and I the sensei here, maybe that there's potential expanding of those teams, and you start having 2 and 3 teams instead of plus, you know, boys and girls. You know, you do increase the footprint, and then this regulation field actually can serve as only so many teams can practice on one field, so this adds another CIF sanctioned field for maybe a girls team or whatever that may be, with AMSA as well.
So the girls softball team, those games are usually after 3 o'clock.
Yeah, because of the school situation, we can't get on there before 3:30 to start games, so we work with all the principals to make sure that we align those games afterwards.
So it's fair to say that they're usually between 3:30 and 5:30, because it's JV and varsity, they probably they alternate home and away, right, is what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So I guess the only thing is, if you look at option 3, they're staring right at the sun, right? That's primarily when they're gonna play softball.
Where are you going with that? Lighting or?
That's why he doesn't like
The orientation of that.
You know, facing the sun, basically.
Yeah.
That's
fair. Very fair, very fair.
One thing to clarify, when I mentioned about removing the full synthetic soccer field, right, the CIF one, we wouldn't put back synthetic. I thought that was implicit, that we're deleting that synthetic soccer field,
just
so
be
that would go
grass.
back as normal grass, so that we actually see the $1 million savings. Because if we're not doing that, then obviously there's no savings. If we're still putting synthetic, that is just striping that we're talking about, right? And that's already built into the turf when you buy it. A little bit of a premium to put some lines, but not, yeah. So that portion would be
Go back to 1 if you would.
like our fields that we currently have. It'd be graded, it'd be leveled, but it wouldn't be synthetic for the practice area.
We just have increased maintenance costs, right, for the irrigation, for the water, grounds from being and all of this.
I know it's not part of this conversation, but I'm assuming we would work with our partners at AYSO and the Little Leagues to have a fund that would create a maintenance and reinvestment. And to the point of the time we're spending on this is not an agendized item. This is for information only. We will agendize this at a future meeting. Do we need an action tonight?
So it's not right, it's not agendized as an action item, only as a discussion item, and I think what we wanted is to make sure that we give enough guidance and direction to, you know, Noemi and PBK, so that they can go through the work of bringing back something that actually mirrors the comments that we're making today. So the next time, it's just an iterative process for you all to see different design throughout the process.
So I think my comment here is, if you can do option 3 real quick. If we heard Kathy speak today, and I know from the community, they've been waiting for this sports complex for a long time. And learning now that really the orientation, so the reason for the sports complex was the baseball field, the softball fields. We are lacking that here in this community. And so knowing that and understanding now that really the orientation for baseball and softball fields, the ideal situation should be northeast. My recommendation would be really to look at having that orientation, ideal orientation, because that's what is driving it's baseball and softball, because we took those fields when we built the facilities. So, and then what I guess soccer would be kind of we would look at soccer maybe in a practice field or soccer field like a grass field or something like Rogers share, because soccer field are fields that we have brought back to the community through our other projects. So I think that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, we can take that into consideration as we do the next series of options. We'll prioritize more of the baseball and a little league in the softball fields.
And the orientation relative to the sun.
Right.
Beach volleyball, what's the demand?
Seems like it's growing.
I mean,
Is this a question about what kitty litter we're gonna use or which one?
certainly, do we use?
Beach volley, we did start
Oh,
out.
she comes to the mic, just for the, anybody watching.
Beach volleyball, we did start out right after COVID. During COVID, we brought in beach girls beach volleyball at that time for a couple of reasons. We found out that it was growing in the South Bay and throughout CIF, and particularly for girls scholarships opportunities, women's scholarship opportunities. And now we actually have boys beach volleyball representing us in WDV sports as a program. They're not a CIF sport, so we have that going. So those are the two programs that we have.
Also girls, that's going on at girls.
Girls beach volleyball going on, yeah. So we have that both of them. So we have both going on.
Where
So-
do they play now?
They at the beach and they practice down in Imperial. It's the one place they can go to then. That has it.
How viable is that?
Its transportation is the main logistic that we always have to work around. So at this point, we have the benefit of that. It's a small team, so usually parents will transport. We just purchased a couple of vans in Vinci, so we're now going to be making use of those because those teams are usually small. So we're able to transport using vans and that.
I mean, so just being real, guys, you're gonna have to transport here as well.
Right.
This doesn't solve the
They'd have to
walkover problem.
Make it from 201 over to 135th,
You
88.
can't walk over well, I guess you could, but you walk.
They're athletes. They're in good shape.
I'm concerned more about time.
We'll make them run. No, we actually have, up until now, we've had other situations like that where we've had our soccer players go walk to Del Air. And the coach actually had that as part of their regimen bonding time. They'd all form up and go together. So we're not foreign to it, but yeah, any one of these is ideal. What you brought up earlier is true that now that we're in the Pioneer League, we are playing in a division where they have 3 leagues that are 3 levels in most of their sports, the varsity, JV, and frosh soph. And we've held off some of our teams from adding on the frosh soph level because of the field availability, because we wouldn't be able to accommodate practices for all 3 levels at this time. So bottom line is any field right now would be fantastic. Softball, baseball would definitely be a boon, and soccer as well. And something we were discussing too is another sport that's growing right now is women's flag football, which is a growing sport, and it's being adopted by a number of our surrounding schools, including the ones in the Pioneer League that we play, and they can play on a regulation size soccer.
So are you starting a girls flag football team?
I'm looking for a coach. So it was brought AD, also named AD, was at the SBA meeting recently, and they were discussing how it's occurring within the South Bay Athletic Association and whether or not we may be looking to bring it on board, and we would again bring that to our board as a possible CIF WDV athletic addition. And if that is the case, an additional field like that would be beneficial because then we'd have a place for them to play as well. And then if a regulation size soccer field, they don't need a full size football field to play on.
That's great.
So thank you. Dr. Silvers, just one final comment I want to make on the fields relative to every other comment I've made about all our construction is what will we do and how will we fund maintenance and ongoing replacement? And that's critical to me to want to know how we're going to do that. And if partners aren't willing to pay to play on these fields, as far as I'm concerned, then we'll find other partners.
Pay to play.
Yeah, because otherwise, how do we maintain them? So, with that, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, these are all great options, great inputs, exactly what we wanted to have with you guys, good conversation of, what we're looking for. So, we'll take all of that information, reconvene, check in with Noemi, see what we can come up with, and then hopefully in the next board meeting, we have a better solution for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. I guess the only one question, Noemi's gonna come up here, so I'll ask her is, timing. What timing are we looking, obviously the board is digesting this, we're gonna have a conversation and discussion.
Per the schedule that I had provided last month to the board, I had accounted for starting schematic design October 30th, essentially Monday. So we're right on track. Give or to a couple of weeks because we have to come back on November 16th, provide you a couple more options, and as well as a summary of all of our other projects and their costs. That way we can take a look at the holistically, the whole picture.
Take the weekend. Thank you again for the presentation.
Before you go, I do want to say thank you. Thank you. I know this is a lot of work, a lot of effort, so I want to thank you, Noemi, and also the PDK and all the design teams. As you can see, this is a topic that we're very interested in and very passionate about. And it's been a long time coming, so we want to make sure that we ask all the questions and people are hearing the dialogue. It's a tough process, and we do have to balance with the monies that we have for our other projects as well. So that's why you're seeing this level of interaction. But before you go, I do want to say thank you. Thank you for your efforts because this project is coming. So thank
These
you.
are beautiful.
These are great.
These are fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it on? Yes. And PBK was very quick to provide options. And we, as you saw, there was 1, 3, 4, skipped a few numbers. I think we went through 8 different iterations that we vetted also through the district that just simply would not work. They were overlapping. It just didn't make any sense. Right. So we brought you the 3 better options. Okay.
One last thing on that.
Yes.
Sorry, just in deference to our friends at Connect, is there a way to do this construction in a way that's least minimizing for their use of grass space? Because that's the only grass space they have. And you may not have thought about that. I'm just throwing that out there.
It's a different field.
Yeah, this is SLC.
Yeah, right, you're thinking of the baseball.
Yes, I was looking at you.
I'm doing Las Vegas.
Fine. That'll be just fine.
Yeah.
They can use that field.
Great, they changed the names again. That's cool. Okay, if there are no further questions, we're gonna move on to our next update, which is the Weisberg plus Da Vinci CTE
So I don't have to
studio
accept this one
project.
now.
No, you don't, I'm just gonna get right to it. Hopefully it'll be brief. I only have a couple of slides. So in your packets, I had board packets, we had provided I'm sorry, now I went too fast. The cost estimate that we recently received from Erickson Hall. Basically, what I did here is I summarized, rather than having multiple pages of the cost estimate. Close those doors.
They're also very passionate.
Again, so rather than having multiple pages to look at for, again, the cost estimate, I summarized it into one slide. We have been working as well, almost on a weekly basis with Erickson Hall. They were brought in a couple of months ago under pre-construction services for the leaseback project. Since then, they have completed their constructability review of the drawings and specifications. They have provided several comments to SVA. SVA has been doing a good job of responding. They have also completed the phase 1 cost estimate. And I want to emphasize the fact that this is phase 1 only, which is the 4,200 square foot hangar building, and that's it. This is a 3-phase project, but this is focusing on just phase 1 at this time. So as you can see, the cost that came in at $4.2 million, roughly 4.3. I want to bring your attention to, let me see if I can work the. Okay, This is the number that we should be looking at, that 3.5. That is a number above the line, basically. That is a construction cost. We are showing a 2% cost escalation of almost $86,000. And the reason you see that escalation cost so low is because if we continue on track, we would be awarding this project either in January or the first board meeting in February, and we would be starting construction in February, which is why that we're only carrying a 2% cost escalation versus a much higher percentage. What this costs, well, before I get into that, the below the line items are just typical of any construction project. It's just costs that we can avoid: the payment of performance bonds, insurance, the contractor's fee. That you can see here, it's at 5.5% currently. It was previously at 7.7%. But you may recall when we engaged Erickson Hall, we negotiated their fee down to 5.5 from 7.7%, as well as their pre-construction services fee, resulting in about $100,000 savings to Da Vinci. We are also carrying to contingency, construction contingency and errors and omission for another 10%, basically, for a total of 4.2. So some things to keep in mind why this cost is a bit higher than initially budgeted. It is a metal building. Metal is extremely expensive currently. It is the cost of materials, the cost of labor, everything is increasing. We're seeing that across our entire bidding climate. This is a 4,200 square foot all metal building with a standing seam metal roof. The earthwork activities also take a good chunk of the cost because one, it's a large footprint, but also we have expansive soils. There's a percentage that generally our civil and our structural engineer want to reach. It has to be 35% for our expansion index. We're currently at 50%. Therefore, it's making the existing soil unsuitable for building a building. Which is why we've already explored some options of cost saving options. We're talking about 1,500 cubic yards of both export and import of soil. We've reached out to the soils engineer to see if there's a way that we can treat the soil to bring that EI or expansive index down. And they did. They came back saying that as long as we treat the soil with 50% sand, so a 1-to-1 ratio, essentially, then leave the existing soil, pull it out, add 50% sand, mix it. It's a way of treating the soil. We have to test it. If it comes, there should be a guarantee that it will bring it down below the 35% index, which would then make it acceptable for building the building and would save the project half of the cost of the export and the import. So it would result in about another $100,000 in savings, potential savings. What this cost also includes, which is why it's a little higher, even though we're not constructing anything in terms of building for phase 2, we have included provisions for the infrastructure, essentially the pathway conduits for sewer, fire water, domestic water, electric. So we're running the path to what the phase 2 footprint location would be with pull boxes, so that at least that is already there. And because we are touching that area of phase 2 with construction, we want to make sure that we leave an acceptable footprint when construction leaves, if we don't roll right into phase 2. Right now, we're carrying a cost for decomposed granite of the phase 2 footprint. And again, we're carrying 10% in contingencies. What is not reflected in this 4.2 cost is the soft cost. So aside from this construction cost, you still have your architectural fees, which they've already paid a portion of that. You have your DSA inspector of record, your DSA lab of record, and then your geotechnical engineer during construction. So those are all soft costs that Da Vinci or the district have yet to see. last night we met with the Da Vinci board. I provided an update, basically the same update here, and asking them for authorization to proceed with the next steps, which would be to bid the project in order to obtain a guaranteed maximum price. The Da Vinci board approved it. This is the next step to come to you to see if you concur to authorize us to work with Erickson Hall to bid the project. Another thing that is not reflected in this cost, again, is phase 2 and phase 3. Just as a reminder, phase 2 is linked to the CTE grant. I did meet with King Consulting as well today to try to find ways around it. There have been cases where school districts, for some reason, because of cost, because of program changes, that they were unable to complete their entire project. So they go through what they call a scope change process that we could pursue in hopes that OPSC, that CDE and OPSC would agree with the district and allow us and Da Vinci and allow us to keep the full amount. $400,000 of that grant goes directly towards equipment. Actually, 200,000. 200,000 is their contribution with a match from the district. So
50/50.
correct. Everything's 50/50. That's correct. I added here a note, and the reason why I had not previously sent you these slides is because a lot of this information is hot off the press. Like I said, I met with King today. I got the ROM for phase 2. What's currently shown in the DSA plans, because I figured both Da Vinci and you guys would want to know what that cost would be. So phase 2, as shown on the DSA approved plans, which is a metal canopy with an 8-foot vinyl fencing around it, essentially a semi-enclosed storage area. It would be roughly $1.8 to $2 million. Now, this is a very preliminary cost, I'm sure there has some fluff in there, but nonetheless, because it is approximately 2,000 square feet, again, dealing with metal, dealing with our earthwork activities and footings, it brings the cost up. Yes.
And estimated cost on phase 3?
Phase 3 is about $250,000. It's just striping. That's not correct. The other thing that I want to point out really quick go ahead. Oh,
Comment.
Thank you.
okay. Phase 2, another number that just came in literally like at 4 p.m. today is what the phase 2 vision of the CTE shops building, a fully enclosed 2,000 square foot shops building. That means for auto shop, metal shop, and digital arts. You're looking at roughly $4 million for that. I thought it was going to be much higher than that, so I was pleasantly surprised.
So $4 million instead of the 2 would be roughly double that, plus soft costs.
Less soft cost.
So, you want to say something, or Matt, you got a comment you want to make?
Yeah, first
Can you
publicly.
come up to the mic?
Yeah, just so our,
Yep.
world can hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. This is always informative.
I want to first publicly thank Noemi for her efforts and expertise. So really appreciate all that, and of course Blake. So I was a little surprised too, and I just want to make sure the board's aware. The 4.2 under totals is more like a subtotal. So 25%, I understand.
At 5.3.
In soft costs, yeah. So just so you know, the Da Vinci board's aware of that number.
But that isn't the number. It's 8 million.
Well, there's options on the other phases, but just narrowing in on phase 1, we understand that 4.2 is times 25%, so a little over 5.
So a couple things. My thought is, my understanding is, Matt, and hang on if you would, that there's no, the matching funds are required for us to finish phase 2.
Correct.
So, thank you is my understanding that the board has said we're taking on this cost.
But, I'm sorry.
Your board. This is just a conversation with both. the primary reason one ever writes contracts is for when things go wrong. So I say that with not any expectation that things will go wrong, but with the understanding that that's why you have a contract. So if something does go wrong, you're protected. And where I'm going with this is, this is not an agreement with Da Vinci and the construction. This is a Wiseburn project. We're relying on a third party for payment. Do we have anything contractual between the two organizations that says there is payment from?
Yeah, I believe we passed a resolution per your request. I don't know if that is believed to be strong enough.
Yeah, to me, it was not.
Let me give an update.
Thank you.
So let me just share a couple of thoughts here.
Thank you.
In our meeting, as everyone knows, we've been meeting with our partners at Da Vinci in our 3x3 meetings. We had a meeting with Joe Weber and Ray Santiago this Wednesday, and I'm going to paraphrase and summarize some of the conversation, but ultimately we discussed this. Noemi gave a very similar presentation with regards to the cost. There's two action items that need to happen as we move forward. The first one is the Da Vinci, at the Da Vinci board, which already happened because that was yesterday, this presentation was given to them, the board. That was the first action item from our meeting. Board approved it to move forward to go to bid. But in our meeting, there's two items that need to happen before the project does move forward and goes to bid. The first is Wiseburn Da Vinci need to set up a funding account where the monies, the full amount of monies, which in essence would be the $5.3 million, minus monies that have already been spent, go into an escrow account that Wiseburn would hold as the contracting authority. And Noemi was going to give those steps, so I'm paraphrasing here. So that was the first step, and then the second step is Dr. Silvers is going to be reaching out to our legal counsel to develop an actual formal written agreement for the ownership and the payments. That comes before us. It'll also be going over to
We've done that already as well.
Well, you've done a good job, but not the actual agreements, correct? That's going to take some time. So I think we're doing certain things here, Neil, concurrent as the processes are moving forward. We don't have those documents yet, but we expect to have them in place.
So in terms of next steps, I fully agree with you. We have a couple of options, and one of these options, the second bullet, I have not even shared with you. It just came to me today, and I figured I'll bring it up. I ran it by Vicente. You guys were already in closed session, so I couldn't run it by Blake. But the way I see it, we can go start the process of releasing Erickson Hall to put it out to bid so that we can obtain that guaranteed maximum price. On a concurrent path, I can work with King Consulting to try to formulate the scope change in a way that justifies what it is that we're doing to allow hopefully CDE and OPSC to allow us to keep the money as is without construction of a phase 2. That's option one. Another option would be to bid the project as is, the full project, in its entirety. The way that it's shown on the bid drawings, bid phase 1 as base bid with 2 additive alternates. There's no, we're not forced to award but it gives both boards an opportunity to give a true number. No longer a cost estimate, not a what if, but a true cost. At that time on today's dollars, which I think it's key, because if right now we're looking at a phase 2 as shown at $1.8 to $2 million, what if it comes in at $900,000? Then it makes it a lot more attractive to the point that maybe Da Vinci wants to pursue, just that way we don't lose the CTE grant and we can award that. Da Vinci and the board, Wiseburn board would have 30 days to make a decision. Generally, contractors, as you know, keep their bids, hold their bids for 30 days at the time of a bid. And for me, I think it's a perfect opportunity to get a true number of the project in its entirety. And again, I would have mentioned this yesterday, but it literally just came to me today. So I apologize for that. In terms of bid timeline, we would, if we have your authorization to proceed and you concur with Da Vinci, we would start the process of getting ready to bid the project. The bids would go live November 14th. with legal ad happening a week prior, which is why you'll see that takes a while, through January 11th. That accounts for about a week for the district to review, the GMP, the guaranteed maximum price, before we bring it to the board, either at the January 18th board meeting, or if for some reason we're delayed by the reason, it would go to the first board meeting in February, still allowing us to start potentially at the end of February. To try basically what you were saying, Roger, Da Vinci, and we discussed this with Da Vinci Board yesterday as well, that they would have to deposit the money, the full amount of the project plus the soft cost into a Wise for Municity fund, either by December 2023 or prior, as you can see here. And they were in agreement. Now, if the board feels like we have to do it a lot sooner, we can certainly do that, but as you know, next week's already November. So, which is why we said by December. Remember, right now we were just starting the process of going out to bid. The award wouldn't happen until either January 18th or February. We have some time, which is why we're saying deposit the money by December or prior.
So I'm in favor of a faster process. We've been talking about this project for a very long time. One thing my understanding of the public contract code is that the awarding agency needs to have the money in hand in the bank at the time of bid, not the time of award. So if we can get clarification
We did.
from our legal counsel, has that happened?
I reached out to Hewley, I copied Blake, and there is no requirement for that.
So what is the requirement at award?
Right at
He said there was no
So a
requirement.
district can bid a project without having any money? Oh, that's odd. Okay.
Mhm. And we have it in
Doesn't
writing.
make any sense to me.
You can't go construction without.
But regardless, we would make sure, we would be responsible and make sure that the money is in the
Obviously,
fund.
we still need to do that,
Exactly.
obviously for the award, but
I find that hard to believe because you're asking a contractor to incur significant cost of putting the proposal together. And not having the money in.
seems odd. It seems really odd. I mean, I've 25 years, I've never done that.
Right, and I can't directly from legal counsel. Are you pulling that up? Like. Mhm.
I'm gonna send.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, if there isn't a requirement, then it's a matter of coordination between us and the Da Vinci board, so we can
Correct.
transfer the funds. And that at the time of award would probably be preferred so that we see it and then we know what the actual dollar amount is.
Well, no, we're saying even a lot sooner.
Obviously, but
Right,
what I'm saying is we can move forward, right, and we have some time.
we do,
Okay. good.
correct. And that's why I added the word or prior. We will certainly
Well,
work.
that's definitely the best option, the best flexibility for us so that we can move forward. That just wasn't my understanding because we've never done that.
Mhm.
No, I mean,
I think that, sorry, I was just gonna say, I think that we're just trying, I think Ray and Joe had asked that we put together some kind of document that outlines the key dates. So we're using this as a starting point, and I think we need to insert some other things in terms of when the Da Vinci board meeting is, when the Weisberg board meetings are, so we kind of see in succession how this all happens. So, I mean, if it's okay, I think we use this as a general starting point, if that's okay. Okay.
Absolutely. You know what I mean, in regards to your item 2, the adequate alternate, I actually support that because I think that brings up some competition. So I think that's a good idea. Obviously.
And I didn't do it as a deductive alternate because of perception. The minute they see deductive, they're like, ah, so they put a higher number on their base bid. So it's just a game. It's all a mental game.
So.
Let's hope they're not hearing.
So I think the only thing for clarification is on phase 2, right? The grant requires phase 1 and 2. Right now, the phase 2 is not necessarily designed to to what is taking place with Da Vinci in terms of programming. So they're thinking of whether it's metal shop.
Fully enclosed, essentially the same size, same concept, but fully enclosed versus an open.
Right, so what I want to just clarify, so
Building.
the community understands that additive alternate phase 2 that would go out would be a very open shell.
It would be an interim It would allow Da Vinci and the district to keep the grant. And they can certainly explore enclosing it at a future date, but it would have the separations for those 3 areas because that's what's shown on the plans. But it would most likely be used for either storage or students working in there. But I would caution them about storing expensive equipment in areas that are open to the elements. Even though it's a covered canopy, the fence only goes up 8 feet.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, because from the community's perspective, what the expectation is, because at the end of the day, right now, just as this phase 2 added from alternate, it wouldn't be a full-fledged wood shop or metal shop at this point.
No.
Doesn't mean that it doesn't have.
Correct.
At this point. Okay.
But it gives everyone options at the time and with real numbers versus, again, just cost estimates that are conservative. And if all goes to plan, we would be starting construction in February, either by February 1st if we award by January or later towards the end of February, with a goal of ending construction by the end of September. And that is all I have. Oh, one more thing. Part of the reason why it's important to try to keep to the schedule is so that we can award early, because as we approach summer projects, demand for contractors continues to go up and prices go up. So the sooner we can put this out on the street and get those bids, the better chances we have of a lower profit. That's it.
And I just want to say thank you to the 2 of you and the 2 leaders at Da Vinci, and to Matt and to Blake for the 3x3s and working on this to continue to move forward. Really appreciate the goodwill and the good effort there. And then Noemi, and it's my understanding that it's normal practice not to include soft costs. My concern is when I see a 4.28 number, that's what I remember, but 5.3 is the real number. Is it possible to add soft costs for future presentations?
Absolutely. We'll show that separately.
Thank you.
Correct.
No, good.
Thank you, Noemi, for the presentation. And I also wanted to just echo Neil's comments. I wanted to thank Da Vinci and the 3x3s. They've been going really well. I think we're working on some great projects. And I think at the end of the day, Noemi hit it on the button in her final comment here. The more we wait, the prices aren't gonna become less. Right now, we're going through a major challenge. It's read an article today that I'll probably send to the Da Vinci board and Weisberg. This country is going through a major labor shortage. And it's pretty significant, and in construction, we're not going to see any relief in terms of the cost, whether it's materials or supply. So the more we wait, we're not going to be better off. So I think I think we want to stick to these timelines. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Right, Blake, you're up. These are leadership reports.
So we have a handful of
leadership reports today. We're going to start with Dr. Harbeck. Erica's here. Joanne did ask, and she's not here, so unfortunately, but we'll have to maybe get her caught up on this. But an enrollment update, and we're going to talk a little bit about some enrollment marketing. Eileen, you said 6 slides.
It's 6 slides. We're going to, Amir, are you going to pull them up? Yeah. So we wanted to give an overview of not just enrollment, but I think Ms. Kaneda also asked about ADA. So we want to talk about that, but we'll just go to the next slide. You want me to do it? Oh, thank you. All right. So we're going to start on the left-hand side with our total enrollment. We always like to compare and look over some historical data. If you look at 2021, that was the year that we came back from the pandemic online, but we had 2470 enrolled, and then we moved on to 2451 all the way this year to 2527. So we saw a bump this year with our TK students increasing. We added 2 classrooms for TK. We also have a large class in 1st grade. So we have some overages going on, but we do have a bump. On the right, you see that we have our just kind of played out there on residents and permits. So we went back and looked, why such a decrease between 20 and 21 and 21 and 22 on permits? And we realized that was when our choice blocks came online and did not need the interdistrict permit to come to our district. Going back to the left then, that's permits again. At the bottom, the permit acceptances, 2016, we were at 41%. In this past year, going year, we have 35%. For Da Vinci down the bottom there, we like to see how our students are doing in terms of high school enrollment. We did have about 88% enroll at Da Vinci. We know that because the Da Vinci high schools request their cumulative or permanent files from Wiseburn Middle School, and that's what we send over. So that's how we get that count. So if we were looking at ADA or attendance, we go down there again to 1920. That was the year that we dismissed early for the pandemic, and it was at 96.8%. The following year, strangely, it went up. I think it was just because we were taking attendance a little differently that year with all the kids online. And then we go to 95% and the dip again in 22-23. So we looked at our practices this past year, and I do have to hand it in Ed Services. Margarita Cisneros has put together, I won't call it a dashboard, it's an extensive spreadsheet that the attendance clerks and the principals and I receive every week. And in it, you can see every student that's enrolled in your school and their history on both tardies and absences and any actions that the school has taken toward bringing the students back. In other words, our first letter about attendance and some reminder to the parents. We also have engaged our care team in talking to parents about the importance of bringing students in. If a student's feeling hesitant about being on campus for whatever reason, we engage the care team. So we went back and we checked our September rate and we are at 96%, which is outstanding. And I do believe this has to do with our attention to our principals, high attention to this along with our attendance clerks. So we're seeing great progress there.
I want to thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. That's $500,000 a year to our school, to our students. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, there was a team. I mean, Dr. Ingrid is all over this. We have so many people involved in this, and it's still a work in progress. We're still trying to refine. So thank you. I do want to say that all of this has to do with our outreach. We do quite a bit over the school year. Miss Alicia Galindo, who's our coordinator for enrollment, has a high hand in this along with our principals with the tours. The darker line tells you that that is something that extends over a period of time. So our enrollment opening, how we do our tours, and so forth. On the bottom right, you're going to see that we did have twilight tours going on. Those are the ones that happen for parents who are working during the day. We instituted those just last year. Felt like there weren't always parents who could come at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we moved to an evening venue. We had 185 families. We still kept those Zoom tours for those that just can't make it in for whatever reason. And then our in-person tours during the day, 336 families. And then finally, I've asked Erica Corder to be here tonight. She's our communications consultant and has worked so hard on outreach, and I just wanted her to spend a little time talking about her work.
Can I just, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No, go, and then I want to go back. So go ahead. Okay.
I was just gonna, well, go back first.
Okay, yeah, so go back if you could once. Do we know, thank you for all this again, very exciting. Do we have data on the effectiveness of the twilight tours, the Zoom tours, the in-person tours, meaning what percentage of those people that attended those actually chose our schools? Do we know the effectiveness of these techniques?
I do believe we have that. I can bring that.
That
back
would
to
be
you.
useful and
Right.
also obviously data helping us make planning, so.
Because we've been, and Erica's going to talk about this, about how we respond to those who attend our tours. There's a follow-up always on each family that we're able to do that with. So we can do some tracking. I don't know how exact it will
It may not be perfect, but data would be really informative. For example, if we found zero of the Zoom tour families came, which I doubt is true, but if that were the case, then let's not spend all our energy on that.
And just as a footnote, some families that come are already in our district and just want to see more about the school.
Sure.
So.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Move on.
Yes, I was just gonna say too that Erica is here to help present this piece. You know, she presented the website 2 weeks ago or a month ago and the logos and all of that. So I just want to say that, you know, the comprehensive approach to communications, to marketing, to looking at our enrollment efforts. I mean, this made a huge difference this year, probably over the last several years, but looking at this year's enrollment, looking at our ADA, the messaging that's going out, I mean, it's all kind of one package. And so I just want to say thank you for that and appreciate the work here.
Happy to do it. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you for bringing me back in for this presentation as well. So I just want to talk through just a couple of things that we did
Just to segment or to follow up with our efforts from the previous year. So the previous year, we had quite a few changes to our efforts and how we supported from the communications and marketing side. So this year was really a continuation of those efforts, building on those and trying to grow. So I'll just look through our social media outreach. So this gives you some analytics. It might be a lot of numbers that don't really make sense, but really our goal with social media right now, and what we've been really trying to focus on is not just telling about the tours, but telling why you should come to our schools, right? So everything that we're doing on social media is just essentially its own advertisement for the quality of instruction and the quality of life in our school district. And so I just like the numbers here from, instead of looking at sort of the specific tour posts and their analytics, I just looked at the overall reach, followers, and page visits from our Facebook and Instagram accounts. And so the reach represents the number of people who are actually seeing our content. It's not necessarily people that just follow us. It could be people that see a post in their feed because one of their friends liked our post, right? So we're reaching a lot of people for our size district, 28,000 on Facebook, 16,000 on Instagram, Instagram being the harder one, I think, to reach people on. And our follower count has grown a lot. So the 946 on Facebook has gone up, I think, about like 100 over the past year, but I think the Instagram is where we've really, really grown. So 1,700 followers on there. We're nearing 2,000 this year. So just having that number of followers and having them show that our account's so legitimate, people want to follow it, people liking things, it puts it in someone's feeds, things like that. That also points to the page visits. So that would just be the number of times someone actually goes to our profile. And so again, those numbers being high, just indicating that people are seeing our posts somehow, going to our page to actually learn more about us. And then we are advertising our school tours on those pages and trying to get people to come out to those, as well as our full day kindergarten and other programs. And then, as Eileen mentioned, Ms. Galinda and I worked on this email marketing campaign from the previous year, and this year we kind of refined it even more. This is a post-tour touch point is what we're calling it. Basically making sure that after someone comes to a tour, it's not just radio silence from the district, right? We want to follow up on them, give them the information they need, tell them how they can enroll, and give them all the relevant links. And we actually increased that the number of sends this year by, I don't know if you can read it from there, it's almost 200 people that receive those email sends. This number of email sends is like the actual number of emails that we had that were correct, and we got the collected data to send out these individual emails. So there might be both like a mom and a dad receiving the email send, right? But we had 466 total, and that's up by about 200 in the year prior. Our average email open rate, despite sending out far more emails, it did drop by just under for the open rate, but I'm taking that as a win considering we did send so many more emails this year. So 85.5%. And again, you compare that to the industry average of 32%. We're still doing phenomenally in terms of just how people are actually opening our emails. And then our average click rate, meaning once opened, did someone actually click through to see something, was about 32%. It varied by school, so there's different, but each email had different click rates, but the average being 32% was consistent with the previous year. So that's showing that we're giving people the content that they want right after they come to the tours when they want it. And that's again compared to the industry average of 1% for a click-through rate. So our content is doing what it should be doing, in that it's getting people to go to our websites and click on our links. That is it. Questions?
Thank you. I'm certainly seeing, a significant improvement in communication is going out to the community, so I appreciate that. The only other comment I wanted to make is that we do have 3 other board members that are dying to do their first TikTok as well.
Phenomenal. I don't know if you saw how many people were liking and commenting on it, but yeah.
It's hard to see the likes.
Oh,
I mean, we certainly had fun.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Just thank you very much. Well done.
I have one comment. I don't know that the other 3 board members are dying to do it.
You missed out, Jackson.
Thank you.
Now you're coming in the car.
All right. Any other leadership report?
I think we just have some announcements. Is that right, Nisha?
Yeah, I just have a quick announcement. As a way to build a more collaborative approach to seeking solutions with both of our associations, we are going to be starting quarterly collaborative meetings with both CSCA and WFA membership.
Great.
All district cabinet members will be present, and then each association has the opportunity to bring up to eight members, and I can let them choose who they would be bringing. About 2 to 3 weeks prior to the first meeting, which is December 5th, I'll be sending out a Google form to all members, seeking questions. What questions might they have? What concerns or feedback might they have? So that when we come to this meeting, all cabinet will be able to address those, and then association members can take that back to their unit members. Once again, this is a way for us just to have better communication, to build a collaborative approach, and to make sure all voices are heard. I know that each association does have their own leadership meetings, they have a negotiation team, they have their own chapter meetings. But oftentimes they also have questions they might like to ask district members or district leadership, and so this is a way to open that up. So we have our first one December 5th, and then March 5th, June 4th, and then next year we'll start one in September. So we'll be doing 4 a year. So that was my update from HR.
Thank you.
Have a mic.
Like it's lean in between there.
I didn't want to figure out sassy. Good evening again. I did want to say that we held our first special education parent and caregiver meeting for parents of special education students. It's a mouthful. We held that yesterday afternoon from 3 to 4. I'm sorry that you weren't able to attend. I know you had work. But we had that over at Holly Glen Library, and we had 13 parents show. I thought that was great. And the topic was meet the special education staff. And so each facet of the special education department got up and presented what they do in their role as school psychologists, speech pathologists, educational specialists, OT, PT, and then made introductions of each of the staff members in that area. So parents seem to enjoy it, got some positive feedback. So we will have more.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was very sorry to miss it.
I know.
And now we're gonna bring up something different. No, so I'm just moving on to my report. We are bringing back, just so the conversation on the district logo. It's the only report that I have today. Lots to be thankful for. I want to say that. I could talk forever always. I'm gonna just stick to the logo. So we're gonna just turn it over.
Right, logos again. Thank you guys for having me once again to talk about the logo. So I just want to have a brief mention before we get into the district logo. If you haven't already seen it, our schools all of the students received their own stickers. And that was really just so heartwarming to go out there and see them. They're very excited. We were lucky to have Dr. Goldman and Mr. Martinez out there for the Del Air reveal, and our principal over there did a very dramatic reveal. It was great. And as they mentioned, they did appear in a great TikTok about it. So please check it out on our Instagram, Facebook, and just also see some of the pictures of the kids smiling with their stickers. It reiterates why we did all of this. So with that being said, I did want to come back and talk about this district logo. And just a reminder here of the intention for those who may be just tuning in or those who are not aware of this process. The goal here is that we have evolved as a district. We want our visual presence to also evolve. We're aiming for professionalism. All of our schools are now aligned in their logos. Our district logo is not aligned with those logos. And we are trying to just stay competitive, particularly in terms of marketing enrollment efforts. And then we just have some pure logistical reasons why this is an important process. Like the actual files that we have, for instance, of the district logo are not even high enough resolution for major print projects. So there's just a need for this, and this is an investment in our future. So that being said, I wanted to present to you what the designer put together from your comments last time. I have some thoughts on this, and I will share those at the end, but it's a little tricky to see on this presentation on the board here. There is a slight difference in that there's a gradient applied and just a two-tone version of these logos that you're seeing. it's really hard to see from where you're at with this board, but I think we could probably get you the slides so you can see it a little better on your devices.
Is it
So-
emailable to us now and we can look it up here?
Can
Sure.
we-
I can-
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you. So,
Are you referring to the difference between the solid and the gradient?
yes, yeah, it's
Okay.
it's a
That
little
was
hard to
wondering what the
see.
difference was.
Yeah, it's a little easier to see on the screen, not necessarily right here on the board.
My eagle eyes pick up everything.
Yeah.
Well, my club eyes don't.
I cannot.
So this is a great place to start right here, actually, on these. So this is what I want to start with because this is what I like this part. These were the lines that we had talked about last time. You all wanted more of a trajectory upward. And so that's what the designer delivered here and then gave us, because we kind of felt like we wanted a little more to it, she applied a gradient to the text. And I think that looks great. I love that right there. If you zoom over to the other piece, yeah, thank you. Up here, where we have these circles, so she's kind of showing different layouts with almost an icon for the district. Not a huge fan, to be honest with you, of the circle iconography that she was going for here. I would almost propose that we go with the secondary logo as a primary logo as opposed to these logos. Yeah, I think that she was trying to give us that option based on our conversation from last time. Amir, I don't know how to do this. It's moving every time I move this. Yeah. Is it? That's okay. Why don't we just do that? They have it on it to discuss. So I'll go to the next slide. Let's have a moment. Okay, perfect. So again, this was just her trying to show us the different iterations of how we can set this logo up with the icon. I would suggest maybe we go back to her and again, use that secondary icon as primary icon. I'm not a fan of the circle logo. So, but that being said, I want to open it up to your thoughts and let your feedback so we can once again go back to the designer with our comments.
I agree, Erica. I like the WUSD versus the Winesburg USD. I was like among those choices. The circle is a little like too simplistic,
Yes,
I think.
yeah, agreed.
But I also like in the circles logo, I like the circles with it in the center. It's just by itself that it like loses
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
So I don't know what whatever, but I like the circles. I like the secondary logos on the previous page.
Okay.
The other ones, I agree with you, are a little simplistic.
And you're referring to these circles on this one?
Right, on the right,
Okay.
on the one that say WUSD circles.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it gives it a little more to it, and
Yeah.
it alone.
Because you can still do the like a patch circle
Right,
or whatever with
right.
the circle.
Okay, that's really good feedback, thank you.
Is it, can you go back to those circles for a second?
And-
Is it odd that Winesburg USC is not on top?
Yes and no, I can see where she was going for, your eyes.
It seems
might
like
be
it's
drawn.
engage and power elevate is what you're promoting, but that's the secondary thought here.
I'm wondering if she was trying to draw your eyes to sort of where the lines are at the bottom of so it might be something in terms of just like where she thinks your eyes would rest first. But that is a good comment, that those should probably be swapped. Or at the very least, perhaps.
Or it's something different. It just seems odd to me that what's engaged and
More
power elevate.
prominence, right, okay. And I do want to note too that one other thing that came out of this is that I had requested the designer give the district a color, something that we had of our own, because the navy blue that was there initially was actually technically Del Aire's primary color. And I did want something that the district could have to signify that it is the district's. And so it's, again, a little bit tricky to see on the screen, but there is a darker blue that we're going with. And I think that's a bit more professional, a bit more clean, and just kind of exemplifies the district better than it's the school color does. So I was a fan of the fact that we have a new color as well that's all of the districts on. So for our newsletters and things like that, we can use that color and rely on that. Sorry, this one.
I personally like the recommendation you made, I think earlier. I like the secondary
Right,
logo to be the primary.
okay, perfect.
I think that's what Rebecca said as well.
Yeah,
I think we're in agreement.
Okay.
oh, that's
So
great.
how do the circles play?
So the circles was initially, she was trying to keep the Wiseburn Unified School District on the left, see that font?
Yeah.
That was
I'm
kind
talking
of.
about that next slide.
Oh.
Are we,
On the
I'm
circle.
confused. I thought the
Pink one.
secondary is a primary logo. Are we also recommending this? Because this,
How do we use the circles and
exactly, how do I
primary
use
logo?
this?
It would be for different use cases, just like when we had in the brand packages for the schools, they had different icons that they could use in different scenarios. So I think that the intention of the circles was like, for example, a social media profile image, right? Where something that is in this horizontal format may not work as well as a profile picture as something in a circular format. But again, I would just probably ask her to swap out maybe that that interior, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can we use, I mean, if you want to do that circle, can we use the secondary, which
Yeah.
is the primary
Yeah.
logo in them?
That's what I was
Okay,
hoping.
absolutely.
Erica, I'm not a decision maker on this, but I'm not a big fan of this, the middle, the arrow in the middle. I mean, I just would like to get rid of that. I mean, that would be my personal recommendation to the board.
Being out of it.
Wait, sorry, which one are you?
All of them that have the arrow, he doesn't like the circle thing at all with the arrow, like if
Yeah,
the.
yeah, me neither. I think we're aligned on that one. I really just like that secondary logo. I think that that's clean, that's modern. I like that, and Wendy had pointed this out to me, that the 3 lines really go nicely with engage, empower, elevate. And so I like that, that it's simple, it's clean, it still gets across the mission of the district.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think to sort of Blake's point, if you take that WUSD with the arrows and stick it in the center of the
Yes.
circle.
Yeah.
And then you can still have engage, empower, elevate in the border. But.
Or maybe
to
it's
make
not,
that like
maybe it's
the-
not a
the-
circle. It's,
Yeah.
I don't know.
To do with a stack.
Yeah, exactly, just to have another option. I think that when we talk about using the main logo on things, we would want to use that secondary logo for most use cases, but then the scenarios such as a profile picture where we can't necessarily have something horizontal, it'd be nice to have that circular option. But our main use case would be that secondary logo, yeah.
I'm sorry, it's like a difference with the, each of the schools has like a mascot icon. There is no mascot
Right, yeah.
for the district in this scenario, right? And so I think that's why having that circular one could serve as like a mascotted version.
Yeah, it's a benefit.
Right.
I agree. So I'm late to the party here, and that's both a significant deficit and I do have fresh eyes. I don't love this at all, because it strikes me as a military school. It feels like I'm watching the B-2 bomber take off, and this is a 1967 vision of the future. So I'm just being, again, I wasn't part of the conversation getting here, but I appreciate all the comments, well said. I'm not a big fan.
Old one looks like Darth Vader's helmet.
Well, I'm not saying I want to. But I just,
Military figure, I guess.
It feels military to me, like it's a military. So, and maybe I'm outvoted and it doesn't matter. But
I
just
mean,
figure
I'm
my-
with the Eric, on the, like, I hear what you're saying, Neil, and I do think that like, there was that whole bell conversation, but at least in the bell, we did have some more of these, things, so maybe that's one of the secondary things that we could go back to. Maybe,
yeah.
maybe taking those things that were in the bell, putting them in the circle,
Okay.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think they'd already, I actually think they'd already created that asset for us because based on a conversation prior, we had talked about doing a circular option. So I actually think the designer already has that for us. It's in an old presentation. I don't even think we showed that since it was the bell concept. Yeah.
it was like, we just saw the bell
Yeah.
concept.
Yeah, I think when we'd gone back to her to ask about revising the bell and turning it, we had sent her that revision and she'd produced those things. But then we decided, well, let's go in a more modern direction. So we just kind of scrapped that, but she still has that asset. So we can certainly pull that and show you what that looks like.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We can see that.
I mean, and if I'm the lone vote, I respect that. I'm late to the party.
No, it's understood. I mean, I get it. I know that it's sort of an aerial kind of look with it. We did try to avoid any kind of specific plane or spaceship. Those were some of the considerations that we put in.
It looks like a B2 bomber, I think.
No, it's arrow.
Oh, it's an arrow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We were, I think a lot of us were influenced too by.
No.
Yeah.
It looks like a bomb.
Or paper plane.
We were thinking paper plane, yeah.
I can see too.
It looks like the.
Can we make it more arrowish? I mean, I don't know.
Okay, we could definitely
Cause I
try.
see arrow.
Yeah.
I see jet trail, I see con trails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can.
But I thought that was the intent,
Yeah.
that we had talked about that last time, because we have the plane out here.
Oh, it's supposed to be an arrow,
Like
like an arrow pointing, kind of pointing up, yeah.
Like it was open to interpretation, since it's just a generic arrow. It was like, well, that could apply to aviation, that could apply to the arts, just in general trajectory was the thought process behind it. But I mean, maybe there's an option where it's like a paper plane, a clearly defined paper plane, I don't know. How do you feel
I
about
think
that?
we did that last time, I feel like she did
She did have
an iteration that had it
Yeah.
kind of like a paper plane.
She did have
You
those,
could
yeah.
tell that- And I think we said that that was
Too elementary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're walking that fine line, but you know, I defer to you guys as a group in terms of what you would want to desire to do.
Suggestion, maybe we develop a logo committee.
Yeah, I was
Neil,
thinking.
would you like to put here?
I like these. Up to that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You got my vote.
I do like the secondary, primary logo, but I am listening and hearing Neil too, and I think I wanna get this right, and I'm serious, I'm not kidding. You might wanna create a committee here that maybe we have some options, because at the end of the day, this is it's important. You know, at the end of the day, this becomes a logo of the district, right? So, I'd rather take a little bit of extra time to make sure that we're kind of all on board. I know it's gonna be difficult to get everybody on board, but I think we get there. That's just my suggestion, my thoughts.
Would it help if we created some versions that you could see it almost in the wild? So when we produced the school logos, we put them on t-shirts, we showed it what it looks like on a water bottle, things like that. Would it be more helpful to sort of see it in a use case instead of just this sort of abstract idea on a piece of paper? Because that could be something we could very easily do.
Not get past the B2 bar.
I'm struggling with, this is where we were.
Yeah.
This was a military development, 1940s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
This would be a great logo where we're rising to build the future militarily. That's what I'm seeing there. I like the concept, I like, rising and everything like that, but it feels like full disclosure, Maverick, the movie. Right, okay, but then what's the new movie? Tom Cruise has written Maverick, Top Gun. The whole time I'm watching the movie, I'm thinking, okay, this is a very entertaining movie, it's a great movie, very entertaining movie. And someday, drones are gonna replace fighters. That whole movie was ridiculous if they just used drones, nobody would have been at risk. So why are we using planes at all? That's what this feels like to me. We're celebrating yesterday.
So do a drone.
I know that's not what we're going for.
Maybe bring back some of that iconography that was in the previous Bell iteration, but not in a Bell.
Absolutely, okay. I do want to remind us too that the audience that we're trying to reach with this logo is really going to be prospective parents and current parents. And so I also want to put ourselves in the mind of that audience.
Who's the target?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, who is our target and what will they respond to as we consider this logo, so.
Very good comment.
Yeah. So I don't know if
So
they will
you're saying
take
we
me
need
to
a parent
bomber, but.
focus group is what you're
But it's,
saying.
yeah, I think that if that's you thinking it's looking like a B2 bomber, I would be curious to see what the response would be from the average family, like.
Very fair.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is we're putting this on pause for a while. I'm not bringing it back for take 5.
I mean, if you guys all love it, I defer to you. I don't want to be the.
I like the second logo with the gradient.
You like the gradient?
I like that one. The circle concept, if we could come up with a different, not that the
Yeah.
way it is now, I agree with Rebecca, I think it's very bland.
Yeah.
You know, so I think there's something that needs to be done there, but I do like that second logo, what they did to.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it. I do hear.
That's three votes
Yeah, I
for
do-
that secondary.
I-
That's what I heard.
I do hear Neil's points though. as well. And I don't know which one.
Are you asking for us to make a decision on this tonight? Yes.
I mean, we'd like some direction. I think.
There's no action.
Just
item.
direction.
No, I mean, we don't, yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, well, so my plan was, because of the conversation, I wasn't sure how it was gonna look or what, is that this was gonna be more of a discussion, we actually just put it, we wouldn't do a presentation, but we would just put it on as an action item on the 14th. Just so that it's official, like I just didn't know, right, I just figured that if I put it on for this meeting, that, you know, depending where the conversation goes, we're pulling an item, and so I figured it would just give us this opportunity to talk about it and then put it on the next one, 14.
So my suggestion, obviously, with the board, is I do like the secondary logos, the primary logo. If we got a little bit of time from here to our next board meeting, I would like maybe to have Erica come up with another option, taking into consideration Neil's comments. Because I think I understand, you know, where he's coming from, and I also, I think he's right, you know, so let's take a look at maybe another option that doesn't necessarily look like like the B2 bomber, and doesn't necessarily, maybe, what I was telling Neil earlier is the Wiseman Unified School District is always been known to be an aerospace capital of the world.
Absolutely.
That's changed now, it's changing, and I think that's the point that you're bringing, that we're in a district now that's, you know, we got the LA Times, we got the biomedical facilities coming in.
Or Starbucks.
So take that, I think what I'm trying to say is take a little bit of that into consideration. I think Rebecca made a comment about not necessarily the steel, but some other aspects that now are kind of reflecting our district. And
And if I may add something, not irrespective of me, I think your comment was right on the mark. I think the feedback should be coming from young people, parents. I don't know that we need to send a survey, do the whole thing, but if there's some way we can get input and get their feedback, that would be helpful.
Erica, there's social media tools where you can put something out like, do you like this, yes or no kind of thing?
Yeah.
I mean, we had polls, what do they call them, polls?
But so we do, you're finding sort of, we do market testing on logos a gazillion times and always put at least 3. Because if you do 1 or 2, and just 3 choices.
Bring back Jeff Data.
Without seeing it.
I know. And if I may, the question would not be, do you like it or not like it? What does it communicate to you? What does this tell you about this? Who does this represent?
More qualitative.
Yeah.
Maybe they can make the arrow look a little less B2.
That's an option. I think we have a lot of options in the last slide, so I'll look back at that, see if there's something we can pull from that, or if we need the designer to go back to the drawing board.
We're making progress. All right.
Right, any final questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica.
Awesome.
I
Thank
do
you
like
all.
that we have our own color too for the district.
I was very
That
excited.
looks very similar to the color you've been using for the
Exactly.
district.
Yes,
communications.
yeah. So I was very happy. with
Thank you, Eric.
Graduated.
it. Thank you all, I appreciate it.
Thank you for being patient with us.
Absolutely, that's what I'm here for.
Now we are, okay, presentation number 8. I think we're, I'm done. So- We're from the public or something.
This is what happens when we start going past 8 o'clock, right?
Does he have his hand up?
We got.
We have one public.
Oh, via Zoom?
Amir, can you move, Miranda? Yeah. Yeah, it says.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
Welcome, Eddie.
Hey, good evening, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We can.
Good evening
All
and
right.
welcome.
Thank you. My apologies for the late intervention. I somehow I missed over audio the prompt. I was there at 6 p.m. So it was a good board meeting. Allow me to take 2 minutes to just read aloud an email that I sent you on October 16th that I do think it should be entered into the public record as the proceeding of this meeting as a public comment. It does sadden me to have to, after especially such a positive meeting, to have to read this aloud. But once again, I am concerned about our student behavior after school. In this specific case, on Friday, the 13th of October, during which graffiti defacement at Holly Glen Park that was racist, sexual, and anti-Semitic in nature was placed in full view of younger students and children that frequent our local park, right? I do understand that the district's responsibility for student behavior may end once the bell rings, but it's important to realize that our students are representing the schools and the community at this park, at the local library, at businesses that they may patronize after school. And our responsibility has to extend our values that these children and students reflect in public, not just at school. Today, when I run into, and I said middle schoolers in the email, but really students, it could be elementary and middle school children. And this is how I know that the higher power has a sense of humor, because 40 years ago, I never thought I'd be speaking on this topic. I certainly was no saint. However, I am embarrassed by the language that I hear, everything from sexual profanity to racial slurs being uttered in public in full view of adults. I'm even more embarrassed by the fact that our adults that witness this don't call them on it. I've called them on it when I don't feel intimidated by the group. If you've ever run into a group of middle schoolers, it can be sometimes intimidating. My children are in the district. They're boys aged 8 and 10. They bear my last name. And if anyone in the community ever sees them act in a manner that is not reflective of our community or the school values that they attend, I want you guys to call them on it. I want you guys to let my wife and me know, and I want to help maintain community accountability for our behaviors. I'm not sure if by now the Hawthorne Police has video of this incident, and I know that some meetings are planned to address and what the consequences may be of this hate incident, but there does need to be accountability. And what I'm asking from the district is to think of a strategic program, not something tactical in reaction to what I'm saying here, something that formally and systematically helps our students, parents, teachers, administrators, and the community see that our district's mission of engage, empower, and elevate has to be reflected not just at school, but in our students' public behavior. I had a similar topic that dealt with race and use of racist language on November 29th, 2021, again, at Holly Glen Park. So I'm bringing this issue light to the board. I communicated this to Dr. Silvers and to the relevant school principals. So I want to be part of the solution, not just part of the problem. So this is the issue that I bring forth with today's public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're gonna take. Consent items, do I have a, motion?
You have a
for
motion.
8.1? Thank you, Neil. Do I have a second?
I wanna pull 8.15.
8.15. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other ones, any other comments or questions? Gary? Okay, so do I have, second was Rebecca with
With the next.
yeah,
And I was the second.
so.
I think
the-
Roger.
I was second.
Sorry.
You moved.
Oh, I moved, that's.
You moved, Roger seconded, and I
So do
asked
we
that
need to amend the do we need to amend the motion with, we
No.
don't, oh, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second with the exclusion of 8.15, is that correct? Correct. Okay, all in favor?
All right,
So I just wanted to ask a question about 8.15, which it looks like it's, I know that we have an item later on in the agenda about a temporary school psychologist. And just wanted to understand the interplay of that missing person with this, with these folks coming in and what services they'll be providing and if it's anything to do with that.
So the practicum student for school psychology is like a student teacher, essentially. And so they work under the strict supervision of a school psychologist. So they are learning how to assess students, write reports, starting to learn how to do counseling. So they're very, when they're practicum, they're very, it's a real highly intensive supervision piece from the school psychologist. When they're interns, they have a little more freedom and they can start writing their own reports, having IEP meetings, assessing more independently. So this is just to give us an opportunity to have in-house support for people in school, and sometimes we draw from them to help support us. Sometimes we've been able to hire people in the past from outcome people that have been interns and practicum students.
So these are not related.
Not at all.
Thank you.
You did the board item, right?
Yeah.
so,
I'll move to approve 8.15.
Okay, thank you. Go a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Fantastic. Next item is action item general. Do I have a motion for 9.1 through 9.5?
So moved.
Thank you, Rebecca. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Roger. All in favor?
A question first, just clarification on the codes and programs. Very excited, very appreciative of codes and doing this. Just clarify exactly what this is and who. This isn't really a COSA scenario but I'm not exactly sure. I was trying to read between the lines. I wasn't getting it all.
The Codes and Foundation supports both those schools in paying the full salary for what's called a mentor. And there's a mentor at each school. So we have Trisha Maano at one school and we have Emma Smiley at Bel Air. And working with them are 7 fellows each. So the fellows at, interestingly enough, they didn't, COSA doesn't dictate what the teachers study for that year or those 2 years. So at Del Air, they could pick, and I think we actually have people looking at math, obviously, and other topics that they feel they want to grow in. And then over at aviation, we also have 7 fellows. So it's really a generous contribution. It allows them to grow as educators and also to stay in the business longer because you do grow to love more of what you're doing and learn more about it. So it's really a gift.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item. Sorry, really?
Oh, sorry, it's all right. I just wanted to say, because just in the habit of not reading the resolutions, I just did want to share that we will be doing Military Appreciation Month activities as well as Native American Heritage activities throughout the school year. So we're not reading, but we're going to provide some activities. Monique's been working on that. Similar to Red Ribbon Week that we studied or that we presented last month, and we also had Bullying Prevention Month last night. And a lot of those activities were a success. We're able to post some of them on our Instagram feed and so forth. So excited to do that again. And then I do want to just give a shout out. We saw special education presentation. I mean, we've all, we talked about it for quite a long time earlier today. And I just want to share that, the school psychologists really are the backbone of that program. And as everybody is, I mean, I don't want to, but I'm just saying, as one of the backbones of that program, I just want to recognize that this is, a time to celebrate them as well. And there's a resolution in this agreement or in this agenda that also does that. So thank you. And yeah, I know it was already approved, but.
Sure. Action item number 10 for facilities. Do I have a motion for 10-1 through 10-3?
Move to approve 10-1 to 10-3.
Thank you. Do I have a
Second.
Thank you, Rebecca. Comments, questions?
Yes, so I just want to say we do have a member, did I pronounce that right? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, from Corrigan, and they are actually on the agenda today, looking at the retrofitting of the old Cabrillo, the Holly Glen TK or CDC conversion to TK, as well as at Anza, assuming that everything goes well today. I'm sorry, Del Air, thanks so much. So just wanted to welcome.
Thank you for your patience, hanging in there, wow.
We're trying to make the best out of it.
This was to add Del Air to the contract that we already approved for.
Correct, yes.
Any other comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations and thank you for being
Thank
here.
you. We'll do our best.
Thank you.
Fine. Action item number 11, fiscal. Do I have a motion? And I think we can also take this one, 11.10.8.
Can I would like to talk about 11.
So I would move 11-1 to 11-8 with conversation on any items. Folks want.
You have the motion, Dr. Glover? Do we get a second?
Second.
And we got,
I have a question overall, Amber, so but I'll defer you.
Yeah, I mean, I know that we have been experiencing an absence of a school psychologist for a while. And so I'm interested to hear about the plans to just share what this is about, the bringing on someone.
This person was a practicum and entry student with us once before, and she finished her program and knows what the Weismer School District and how we operate in terms of assessments and kind of our structure. So she's available, she's willing to come in and help support this site where we can do it an absent school psychologist right now on leave, and it impacts the middle school and it impacts aviation. So this person would come in and pick up the caseloads for that person until they can return.
So my question goes to a combination of our earlier workshop on special ed and the various consultants and third parties we need to support the services of our students' needs. And the fact that it looked like we're continuing to have growing contribution from our general fund. Thus, my curiosity is when we add these things, how are we relative to our budget moving forward? That context would be helpful as an overview.
So if I could go through the items, starting with 11.4.
I think your question. Yeah, it's really not, it's really, this is not a today question. This is a big picture question. It's probably more for Dr. Hasty. But it's.
Would you like me to explain the contract so that gives you some better?
Sure, you bet. Yeah.
I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Because maybe this will shed some light on some things. So the ATX learning agreement, item number 11.4, is sorry, I'm getting tired. I need readers. Last month you approved a contract for a company called Epic Special Education Staffing for a staff person to come in and fill a preschool vacancy while we can hire someone, an employee. I found someone else who is more affordable. That contract that you had approved was for $128,700, and this contract is for $86,275. Not good at that now, but the amount that we're not going to spend on Epic for the rest of the year, if we replace that and unencumber those funds, is $92,950. So that amount is greater than this contract. Just wanted to inform you of that.
Great.
Okay. The next contract is, and I put things in the executive context. I want to explain what they mean. So I'm hopeful that makes sense to you. Obviously, I can't discuss those things too publicly and too in detail on publicly, but this is for additional student that required an intensive level of support. So we had increased the contract funds for that. And then the one below that is Ed Theory 11.6. That is, we've had a vacancy at Holly Glen for the school year since August 29th. Erin Hen took a position as a TK teacher over at Holly Glen, so this position has been vacant. I want to thank publicly Corey Cox, because he's been coming in and covering, subbing in the position, but he's not a special education teacher, he's done a great job. So we have a person who, if board approved, will be able to start the 6th of November. So that's what this contract is for. And then I've talked about 11.8, 11.7 is to support a student for just a couple of sessions. Person has an expertise in selective mutism. So
Necessary.
necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't question the necessity here. I just want us to keep an eye on our growing budget and contributions.
Yeah, and I think Jason does keep that, you have that quick.
We talk a lot.
Well, Peggy and I are meeting regularly, and so we have a cost center model for the special ed department, and just having all the, for instance, the 5,000s in those contracts and tracking whenever there's ever changes or if we're getting close to going over budget anywhere. That's when we, so we know that in advance, and that's something we're watching closely. So another thing, sometimes we get, we bring in another contract that might push it up a little bit, but it's covering a salary vacancy. So then we have salary savings you have to consider. So, there's a lot to it, but we're definitely doing that weekly, going over these possible expenditures and ongoing expenditures.
Thank you.
Question, earlier we had a public comment from one of our teachers, and I don't have the name here. Is that related to 11.8? Is that the name of the person that was to be compared, or is that completely unrelated?
11.6.
Right.
That comment was related to
Oh, I
11.6.
didn't
The
connect those.
vacancy at Public Land that they were concerned about.
So this will fill that vacancy.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay.
I actually, I didn't have a related question, sorry, which is, in that comment, they mentioned that there was a different model being employed, is that, and I just am curious about, I thought there was an SDC at Holly Glen. That's what they class. Or there had been
I
in
missed
years
it, I'm
past.
sorry, I missed the questions. I apologize. You're looking at me like I should be answering this. So I don't know the question. I didn't understand. I didn't hear the question.
Students, my question
Sorry, let me
is,
hear it.
at Holly Glen, my understanding was that in years past, when Erin was that she was the SDC teacher, I understand she's now in TK. So is there an SDC at Holly Glen or not? The public comment earlier suggested that there wasn't.
Correct. There is not I can take this. There's not a defined SDC class at Holly Glen, partly because frankly, we had a few settlements that we were not following inclusive practices. So instead we have that teacher, we're trying to do inclusion, where that teacher will push into classes. So the students are actually on teachers' rosters, and then you have that special education teacher that was Erin that pushes into the classroom. So there's some growth, that we need to do as a district in terms of support that we're providing teachers to be prepared for this. It's a growing process, really. And, I do want to thank, the teachers there. I mean, they've really been phenomenal in dealing with this, but we do have to do a better job, at the district level of making sure that we're putting a plan out and putting, just providing the support we need for our teachers to do this type of model. And as things go on, we'll figure it out.
Challenge comes from the fact that we were going to start the year with it. I wouldn't say it's necessary. It's a new model, but the students are still going to get the same level of the specialized academic instruction support that they received before, which means they would get pulled out for various parts of the day to receive services. The difficulty was the teacher left the day before school started. It was just and that's no fault to her. It's just the way things played out. And so the general ed teachers saw that vacancy. And like I said, Corey Cox has been there filling it as he can, but it's not a special education teacher. So that's been they don't feel supported, and I understand that.
I guess, so this is not about Holly Glen, just general comment, I think moving towards more inclusive classrooms is what we should be doing. I know we still have an SDC at some of our schools, right? And so I'm all in favor of us figuring out how to support the teachers, to be able to support the students as much as possible, like we talked about in the special ed presentation earlier, with being in the general education classroom for as much of the day as we can, and really moving to that universal design.
Possibly the SDC is something that needs to be reworked into something a little bit different.
And I would just add to Rebecca, this is a big priority of the SELPA, and we have had some pretty detailed conversations. Well, I'd say the last meeting, and we had a couple hours of conversations. A lot of that was about this and how the SELPA can help support districts as it relates to inclusive practices, UDL, even some nonviolent crisis intervention supports. And the superintendent council did ask that Adina Parker, who's our new SELPA director, come back with a plan at the next month. So we're expecting that in the next few weeks for a personnel action plan that we can then bring in potentially BCBA specialists and an inclusive practices specialist that would then help train the districts in the SELPA and be a support as well. So there is some movement there. It's not as soon as we would like, obviously, but there is some movement with the SELPA as well.
Thank you.
You have any comments or?
One quick comment, Dr. Hasty, when we see the items on here, like these 11.4, 5 and 6, or if something says, identifies the funding source as being from the unrestricted general fund, is that to say that was unbudgeted? For example, I'm reading the item with regards to
Which item?
Yeah, 11.6. Says the $95,410 to be charged to the special education program and funded from unrestricted general fund sources.
For that one, yes, I mean, that, at this point, it was unbudgeted, that 95,000.
Okay, so I guess the general question, on future board agendas or these, if I see an item that says unrestricted general fund, that means it was unbudgeted, correct?
No, I don't. My understanding, it is budgeted, and it's just, this is part of the budget that we set forth for special.
Well, okay, yeah, so this.
Right.
That's my question, is it exceeding the budgeted amount? Of course, this particular item was not in budget, you didn't need it.
Right.
But is the total amount exceeding our expectation for the budget? So we're not waiting till we get second interim to find this out, but we're asking the same question.
We are.
Yeah, that's fine, understood your question. Yeah. Correct, yes, that's it, we're within the budget, but we didn't budget for this specific thing.
Got it, okay.
Got it.
But I think that's a great question.
It's actual to budget we're looking for, and it's probably bigger than just special ed.
So I think
There's other items up. Right.
Yeah,
That's why I asked the question in general, if I saw.
That's our contribution taker.
So I think we should have it.
I just want to make one comment. Somewhat addresses your question, but just so you know that in this particular case with 11.6 and with 11.4, we are hiring a contracted teacher for a special education teacher vacancy on our end, on the Weisburn side.
Right.
And so, however we're budgeting or not budgeting, this is a position that's vacant. And so the number is, there's salary savings, right? Because we haven't put our own teacher in place. Once we hire our own teacher, this contract would then get pulled. And so I do want to make sure we're not leaving here with saying we're spending an extra $95,000, right? That's something to kind of keep in mind.
And I'm sorry, I didn't read that.
That's a good one, because that wasn't clear. That is the.
And that's, I wanted to make it clear that this is not an additional $95,000 towards another contract. This is, we would be hiring a teacher.
That's good.
Already.
Yeah.
Correct.
Good.
And then in that same vein.
I think
That's.
Right, and I guess in that same vein, then, it is a budgeted position. This is someone, we did budget this in our general, when we presented our budget to the board, this position was accounted for.
It's a tricky balance, because we don't want to get too far deep in the weeds here. We don't need to know every decision we're making by any means. I think it's just, we want to make sure we're just seeing the big picture, and is there something encroaching upon what we expected and changing our financial position?
Well, I just kind of want to follow up on that question that Roger asked with regards to the unrestricted general fund. I understand it's unrestricted general fund, so we're gonna, that's how you fund some of these programs that we're talking about here. The question is, if it's not budget, and this is something beyond the budget, right? How would we know? How would we know based on what I? That's the question.
I mean, we would have to
I think that's what you're,
Right.
Neil.
We're all just saying we wanna make sure we're operating fiscally prudently.
So how would we know that? And I think that's something to keep in mind, because that's what we wanted.
You know, just a thought on that, if it said this is within the designated special ed budget. That would cover it.
Right. Yeah. Agree. I think we can just add a few lines, use a few words. But I do think at random points, we do need to do, and we had talked about this, do an update on where we are to actuals. You know, where actuals are to budget. And it can be quick, it doesn't have to be a long presentation, but something that just, especially in this area of special education, I mean, we're gonna, maybe we add some other things in years to come, but really focusing on that this year, since we know it's our largest contribution, yeah.
But, yeah. Thank you. No, good discussion.
I think there was a motion and a second on, great, so all in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's go to board reports. I started off with Mr. Vice President Roger Banuelos.
I'm gonna be very brief because I think we've already discussed most of the items. Just want to say thank you for the earlier presentation on special education and that workshop. Didn't get an opportunity to say that before, but I know a lot of effort and a lot of work goes into it. And in general, I think it's something that we have to keep a very close eye on, something that is very important, and we have to balance that we meet all of the needs of our students as they arrive, so that they receive the best education, and then also balance that with regards to our budget and as we move forward. Just being good fiscal stewards of our budget is an area that we just want to look at. And again, thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you, Nelson.
It may have been discussed in the prior meeting that I missed. Great to be back with you all. The niche ratings were just something to celebrate, and it was very exciting to see. Congratulations, Dr. Silvers, cabinet, teachers, team, facilities, everybody, for really outstanding results. We're very proud of. Really high teacher ratings, really high safety ratings. Just really good stuff to see. And on the line of the teacher thing, I wanted to clarify. I don't blame anybody for the challenges we're having in scores. I think our numbers relative to the state, for example, are terrific. I thank everybody for all the effort you're doing on raising those scores and the dedicated contributions we're trying to make. And it's just my wish and hope and challenge that we can find some magic way to raise them up even higher. It's sincere appreciation. I hope that's the message I'm communicating. Sincere appreciation for the effort and the dedication, and nothing less. Thank you.
Hey, I my tissues, just kidding. Wiseburn Ed Foundation has their parent party coming up November 4th. The neon something back to the 80s, maybe something. But I know their tickets are available for purchase on their website. I hope a lot of people make it out to that. That's always a really fun time. And we need some fun because a lot of terrible things have happened in the world since we last met as a board. And these times are trying, whether it's another mass shooting that we saw in Maine overnight, or the war against terrorists in the Middle East. The safety and well-being of our students and staff has got to be the top priority for our district, and I think that it is. I want to quote from a sermon that I heard from Rabbi Sharon Bruce, where she said, "I'm asking us to dare to hold the humanity, the heartache, and the need for security of the Jewish people, while also holding the humanity, dignity, and need for justice of the Palestinian people. For too long, these two have been set up as incompatible, but it's a false binary. The only liberation is a shared liberation. The only justice is a justice for all. So let us be careful not to dehumanize each other, because it dehumanizes ourselves." I also heard Eddie's comments earlier about the incidents at Holly Glen Park, and just want to ask that we follow up on how we're responding to the issue of supervision of our students, so that people do. That's it.
Few comments. I wanted to start by congratulating Joe Weber. She's the new Divinity Board President, and Ray Santiago last night became Vice President. That was approved last night, so I want to thank both of them. Both Roger and I have had the pleasure recently of working with Joe Weber and Ray Santiago on the 3x3s, and I really appreciate the collaboration that's taking place. And I feel that both organizations are really working together on the projects and not only just facility items, but other issues that pertain to both organizations. So that's going really well, and I really appreciate the communications. That's the collaboration. The other item is, I know Roger was there, Blake was present, and we were both, I think, on Zoom, but last night they had their board meeting, and I had an opportunity to listen in. It was a really wonderful board presentation. They had actually the students spotlights, where each student from the school provides a monthly update on what is happening at each of the school sites in the month of October. And Da Vinci Science, Da Vinci Communication Design, and Da Vinci Connect were each represented by a student representative. They did a wonderful job on the presentation. It was really the highlight of the board meeting. So if you haven't, take a look at it, but they did a wonderful job on the presentation skills as well. Also Christina, who was here, unfortunately we wait this long, I wish she would have been here. She did a presentation last night, really talks about how she's bridging both organizations and how we're working well together, and shared some examples of that, working with the PTAs, working with Sarah Nitsos, really, again, reaching out and starting to really reach out, not only to the district, but even to the community and so forth, to kind of really connect Da Vinci with our community in the district. And I think it was well done. I'm actually going to request from Blake, as long as I got the approval of the board, to have her come and present at one of the future board meetings. I think that would be really great, so we can all hear the great work that's taking place and the collaboration and communication taking place. The other item that I wanted to talk about was the student achievement data that Sarah Nitsos presented on, which I appreciate. And I know there's going to be a step 2, as Roger said, she's going to come back and actually provide more data. So I would like to request, and just looking back at her slides, and I asked her the question, I would like to request that Da Vinci come and present student achievement data on all of their schools as well. Weisberg Unified, and looking at that information we had, she shared that it was in K-8, but it didn't include the 9-12B. So if we can also invite them, or in a future meeting, to present on that data, I think that would be appreciated as well. And then last, I want to just thank everyone for being patient tonight. I think in this board meeting tonight, what you see is all the good work that's taking place. To your workshop, as Roger indicated, and everyone's presented, with regards to the budget, with regards to facilities, student achievement data. There's just a lot of good work taking place. So I just want to thank the cabinet and that cabinet over there for all the work that's taking place. So thank you. And that's all.
I just want to say that I definitely appreciated seeing the students speak yesterday, and it's been one thing, we're an elementary district, per se, and so it's hard to find opportunities, but I did see there's an assistant superintendent of educational services committee that has kids come in and I'm just kidding. No, there is a superintendent advisory group. It's intended for high school. I did get some materials on it, but I'm going to see if we could try and bring that down to middle and even to maybe our 5th graders, so that just to bring them into the district to understand that, and maybe we could have them give some reports. It wouldn't be obviously every meeting, but maybe we have some intermittent reports where we get to hear kids and their experience. So I'm going to work on that this year and maybe roll it out second semester, but look to bring it next year as a full force.
Right. Upcoming dates and events.
Got Spooktacular tomorrow.
Neon nights next week.
And tonight's Chipotle night.
No, it's I think it's November 4th.
Oh, sorry. There was no date on it, just tonight.
So we're not going to make it tonight.
But there's a list. I mean, I would just say, obviously, Spooktacular is a big one. We have Veterans Day on Friday, November 10th. We'll have a day off. We do have our staff development day, our professional learning day the day before that, and then our next regular board meeting is the 14th. And I know a couple times I think we said the 16th, but it is the 14th that week, and we will
try and make it shorter than this one.
To it.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.